Hello everyone, this is Andre with The Best Tech. In this tutorial, we'll learn how to create a full-stack job finder app. This tutorial is for both beginners to advanced developers. By the end of this tutorial, you master how to create beautiful and responsive UI using Flutter, provider state management, as well as storing data in local storage using shared preference. We'll also learn how to develop REST APIs with Nodejs and Mongodb. We're also going to go on and host our server on Railway, and we are going to implement a chat with Node socket server and Flutter client and store the data in our MongoDB. To add to that, we're going to master how to store files in Firebase storage and return the URL. Without wasting any time, let me give you a tour of our application. So this is what our homepage looks like. We don't have a bottom navigation bar, but we have a ZoomDrawer. So let's navigate to our device management. Let's log out of this device. So here we have our onboarding screen and we have this beautiful design. So first we are going to sign up a new user. We have the ability to show or hide our password here. So first I'm going to copy our password. After signing up, you're prompted to the login screen. In our login screen, we have to enter our email. And let's paste our password here. After signing in for the first time, we are prompted to update our data. So first, I'm going to give a location. And we will need to pick a file. And we need to update our profile. After updating our profile, we are prompted to our home screen. So this is what our home screen looks like. So up here on top, we have a ZoomDrawer. If we click on our ZoomDrawer, we have the ability to navigate through the pages. So this is what our home page looks like. Up here on top, we have our title and we have our search widget. We have our popular job section and we have our recently posted job section. So here, let's start by introducing the search widget. So if we click on our search widget, we are prompted to the next page where we can search for jobs. So here, I'm going to search for a Node.js job. So like a job is retrieved from our database and it is rendered on our UI. So let's search for another job using location this time. Let's say Berlin. So we have a Flutter developer job. So let's go to our popular jobs. If we click on view all, we have the ability to see all the jobs in our popular section. If we click on a job here on our popular section, we're prompted to the job. So here we can either add or delete a job from our bookmarks. So this job is deleted from our bookmarks. So let's add it again. So we added the job to our bookmarks. Let's press back, open our ZoomDrawer. Let's go to our bookmarks. In our bookmarks, this is the job that we just added in our bookmarks. So if we come back to our home screen and remove this job from our bookmarks and revisit our bookmarks, this job is deleted from our bookmarks, so we cannot see it in our bookmarks. We don't have any bookmarks. And if we want to apply for a job, we can click on the job and click on the apply now. So apply now will prompt us to a chat page. Since our chart is going to be real time, we need two simulators. We have the person who's interested in the job. So this is how our chat works, is the communication between the applicant and the agent or the administrator who uploaded the job. So now let's go to check our profile. This is what our profile looks like. We've uploaded an image, written a name, location, the phone numbers, and our skills. So we are going to come up here and try to edit the profile again. So first, let's pick an image. So after updating, we'll get a snack bar. So let's see. So our profile has updated successfully and our image has been sent to our Firebase storage. And here we are displaying that image. And these are the changes that we made. If you want to have the same code as I have on the screen, go to the link below and download the starter code. After you open the starter code, then this is the code that you will see. So here, this is our entry point of our application. We have a run app, and down here we have a multiple provider. Multiple provider returns a list of providers, and we also have a child, my app. So my app extends a stateless widget, and in our stateless widget, the first thing that we're going to return is screenUtils. So we are going to use screenUtils to make sure that our app is adaptive to multiple devices, and it will also help us to curb the problem that we face in most of the times, the overflow problem. And here we have get material up. In this application, we're not going to use getX for state management, but we are going to use getX for routing. So that's why we have getX here. So in our material app, we have the title, we have the theme. So in our theme, we have theme data. We're going to set scaffold background color to color ky.value. So our klight value is coming from our constants. So let's click on it. This is our constants. So in this file, we're going to store all our constant variables. So in this instance, all the colors that we're going to use for the application are going to be stored in the app constant. So if you want to change the color of anything, you can just change here and it will be changed throughout the application. And on our home, we are going to have the entry point to our application. In this instance is the onboarding screen. So let's see our folder structure. So our folder structure, we have the constants folder where we are going to have our constants file where we store all our constants, and we have our controllers. In this folder, we're going to store all our providers. And for a start, all our providers are the same. I've just taken the liberty to create the classes for you, but the code, we're going to write it together. So we have a job notifier that extends a change notifier. This is the same for all the providers that we have. And in our models, we have a request models and response model. In our request models, we are going to put all the models that we're going to use to make requests to our backend. And in our response folder, we are going to put all the models that we're going to use to get data from our backend. And we have our services folder. In our service folder, we have a helper folder. In this folder, that's where we are going to store all the logic of how to get the data from the APIs to the application, and we are going to use the HTTP package to achieve that. And our config is where we are going to write all our endpoints. And here we have our API URL, which is going to be our base URL to our API. So we are going to get base URL after we have hosted our server on Railway. So let's go to our views folder. In our views folder, we have the common folder where we are going to store all reusable widgets of our application. I've taken the liberty to just create a stateless widget that returns a container. The programming, we are going to do it together. And in our UI, we are going to store all the pages in folders according to their features. So like we have the auth feature, we have bookmarks, we have charts, device management, job, onboarding screen, search. In each and every folder, we have the main page and we have the widgets related to that feature. Let's go to our main.dart and let's run our app. So this is what our app looks like now. Just to have a little bit of clarification on how our colors work, let's just change the color to K orange. So if we change the color to K orange, now our color is orange. Let's clarify on how exports and imports work in Dart. The list of our providers that we're going to use in our application. But if we come to the top here, we don't have our providers being imported. This is because all our providers are being stored in a file called exports. So let's visit this file. In this file, we have all our providers in one file. So if you want to import these providers, we just import one file. Just to give an example, I'm going to delete one of the providers from here. So if we delete one of the providers from our export, then it will be missing in our file. So let's try to import the file. After importing, this is our provider here. So we need to remove it, go back to our exports folder. See, we have import instead of export. So we need to export the file so that we can use it in our main. Once we write export here, this file is now being imported as part of this export file. So our error is gone. Our onboarding screen extends a stateless widget and it returns a scaffold. In our scaffold, we have a body, and here we have a center. A center returns a child, and the child that we're going to use is a reusable text. So we're going to use reusable text so that we won't rewrite code over and over again. So our text is going to require a string and is going to require a textile object style. And down here, we have few properties. We have max lines, soft wrap, text alignment, and overflow. These properties are required to solve the overflow issues of text in our Flutter application. Let's go back to our onboarding screen. Let's take a look at our style object. So our style object is called AppStyle, and it requires several parameters: size, color, and font weight. And it's going to return Google Fonts.Poppins. We are going to put the parameters that we need for the text. So first we have font size. So here this size is this size here, but down here we have .sp. .sp is a property from the screen utils. So we are going to use .sp so that we can manage our text, and we have our color and our font weight. This is what our onboarding screen looks like. We have this design here, we have text, we have these buttons down here, and we can be able to scroll. So let's visit our app and try to replicate the same results. In our scaffold, we need to replace the center widget with a stack widget. So our stack returns children property, and our first child is going to be PageView. PageView returns children. We're using PageView because we need to scroll through the widgets that we are going to put in children. In our children, we are going to put the widgets of our PageView. In this instance, we have 3 pages. So we have page 1, page 2, and we have page 3. So let's take a look at page 1. So in page 1, we just retain a container. We give it width, height, and we give it a color. We're going to do the same for the other 2 widgets. So let's just copy this code from here. Let's change the color. Let's go to page 3. Let's do the same. Let's change the color. So now we can be able to scroll through our widgets. These are the 3 widgets that we have. So let's work on our page 1 first, and then we go on to the next page. Let's open page 1. So in our page 1, we have a container. It has width, it has height, it has a color. So the color of the first widget is going to be dark purple. Our container returns a child, and the child that we're going to use is a column. In our column, we need children because we need to put widgets on top of each other. Our first child of our column is going to be a height spacer. So let's take a look at this height spacer and see what it looks like. It has nothing. So in here, our height spacer is supposed to have a size box. And this size box requires height, and we're going to give it a name of size. And we need to utilize our screen utils. So size.h. We need to create this size variable here. So we come on top. It's going to be a double. So final double size. And we need to import our screen utils. We are done with our height spacer. We need to pass the size. And the size is going to be 70. Our next widget is image.assets. So we are going to utilize the image that we have in our assets folder. Here it requires a string. We need to go to the images folder, and here we need page1.png. That's our design. So let's add cons here. Right below the image, we need another height spacer. So let's utilize our height spacer, and we're going to give it a size of 40. In here, we need another column. Column has the property children. Our first child is going to be a reusable text widget, and our text is going to be find your dream job. Let's give it a style. So we are going to utilize our textile object with the name AppStyle. Let's give it a size of 30. and it's going to be of color K-light. Our font weight is going to be W500. Let's add a little bit of space between this widget and the next widget. We're going to give it a height of 10. So our next widget is going to be a text widget also, but we are not going to reuse the reusable widget. So here we need our text and we need our style. Let's utilize the app style. It's going to have a size of 14 and the color is going to be white. So let's utilize the K-light, and our font weight is going to be normal. Let's put our text down here. So that's what our text looks like. We need to align this text to the center. So let's use text align. So now it's in the center. Let's wrap it around a padding. And let's use the symmetric. Here we need to manipulate the horizontal side. And let's give it a padding of 30. And we need to utilize our screen utils property. So we need to put .w here, and we need to remove the const. So we are done creating our first page. Next, let's move on to page 2. We have the container with the same properties as our last container. So here we need to change the color to K dark blue. And we need to utilize the child property. So our child is going to be a column, and our column has the children property. In our children, we are going to utilize the height spacer, and let's give it a size of 65. We need a little bit of space from the beginning of the bezel to where our design is going to start. After our spacer, we need a padding. Let's give it a padding of 8. And let's utilize our screen utils. And in here, we are going to utilize our child property. And our child is going to be an image. We're going to utilize images from our assets, images.assets. Let's add a comma here. So let's write our path to our image. So all the images are provided in the assets folder, so you can follow along. So our next image is going to be images page 2, and it's a PNG. Let's scroll and see. That's our next design. So after the padding, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to use our height spacer, and let's give it a size of 20. And we need another column so that we can put our text. Let's utilize the children property. Okay, our column, we have to utilize main axis alignment, and it has to be main axis alignment dot center. And our first child is going to be a text. Let's write the string. We need to have this string in 2 lines, so we are going to use the /n property. So it returns 2 lines. Let's add style to it. We are going to utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 30, and let's give it a color. And our color is going to be K-light. Our font weight is going to be W500. So we have our text in 2 lines. Let's add alignment. We need to place it in the center. Let's add a little bit of height between this widget and the next widget. We're going to give it a space of 10. And our next widget is going to be a padding widget. Let's give it a value of 8.h. Let's utilize the child property. So our child is going to be a text also. We need our string and we need our style. The size is going to be 14. Here we're going to use K-light gray. And the font weight is going to be normal. Let's copy the text from our page 1. Let's add text align. So we are done creating page 2. In page 2, let's change this color to K-light from K-light gray. Let's just give it K-light so that it will be visible. So now let's move on to page 3. Let's change the color here to K-light. And let's utilize our child property. So first we're going to have a column. In our column, we need to utilize the children property. So our first child is going to be an image, and we are going to pull this image from our assets folder. So let's provide the path. Let's scroll and see what our page looks like. Okay, so this is our design. So after our image, we need to add a little bit of space. So let's utilize our height spacer. Let's give it a size of 20. We need to add some text. So we are going to use our reusable text widget, and our text here is going to be welcome. Let's give it a style. We're going to utilize app style. Let's give it a size 30, and let's give it a color, and let's give it a font weight. It's going to be W600. Let's change the background color to light blue. After our reusable text widget, we need to add a little bit of height. So let's just copy from here, and our height is going to be 15. And we need a padding. Padding returns padding. And our padding is going to be edge_inset.symmetrical. And we are going to manipulate the horizontal side. And we should give it a padding of 30. And we have to utilize our screen utils. So let's add .w here. Since we are going to manipulate the horizontal side of it, that's the left and the right. So in here, let's use our child property. In our child property, we are going to have a text widget. Let's give it a style. We're going to utilize app style, and the size is going to be 14. Color is going to be K-light, and our font weight is going to be normal. Let's align our text. So here our text has to be on the center. So we use text align.center. So let's write our string here. After our padding, let's add a little bit of height. So our height is going to be 20. Let's have a row widget. We need to have two buttons side by side. So we are going to utilize a row. Our row text children. So first we need to design our custom button. So let's go to our custom outline button. So our custom outline button requires a few parameters. So the first one is going to be width, and our width is a double and it's nullable. And we're going to have our height. We also need text. So we need final string with the name text. And we need to click on our button. So for that to happen, we need to have an onTap function. Let's give it a name. And we need to have colors, one for the text and one for the border. We are going to have two colors. So the first one is going to be color. And let's give the other one the name color too. Let's add our final fields here. So our button is going to return a gesture detector. So let's wrap it in a gesture detector here. Our gesture detector requires an onTap function, and we are going to utilize the onTap that we created on top. And in our container, we need to have the width, and our width is going to be width. And we need height, and our height is going to be height. We also need decoration. Let's utilize the box decoration here. In our box decoration, we need to set the color of the button. So for our color is going to be color 2, and we need a border. It's going to be border.all, and we need to give it a width, and our width is going to be 1. And we need to give it a color, and our color is going to be color. So this color is this color here on top. This color 2 is this color here. So our container has a child property, and this child we are going to utilize a center. And in our center, we are going to have another child, and this child has to be a reusable widget. And our text here is going to be text that we declared on top. And let's add style to our text. So we are going to utilize our app style. We give it a size of 16. And color is going to be color. And the font weight is going to be W600. So we are done creating our custom outline button. So in our page 3, we're going to have our onTap function. For now, we're going to leave it as an empty function. And we need to have our text. So this button is a login button. So our text is a string. We need to have width, and our width is going to be width times 0.4, and we need height times 0.06. That's our height. We also need color, and our color is going to be K-light. Let's go back to our button. So our button is here. We just need to go to, we are not going to utilize color 2, so we have to make it now, and we need to remove the required from color 2. Let's go back. Another widget in our children so that there can be 2 widgets side to side here. Our next widget is going to be a sign up widget. So let's have a gesture detector first. Let's go on tab. Let's give it a now to begin with. Let's have a child, and our child is going to be a container, and our container has the same height and width as the login button. So we're going to copy from here. Let's just paste it down here. And we need to have color, and our color is going to be K-light. We need to have space between our widget. So here we need to utilize the main axis alignment, not space between. Let's use space around. So we need to add a text to our button. So here we're going to have a reusable text widget. And our app style, we're going to give it a size of 16. Here our color is going to be K-light blue. And our font weight is going to be W600. So our text is here on top. We need to get it to the center of our widget. So let's wrap our reusable widget in a center widget. So our text is now on the center. So we are done with our buttons. We'll add functionalities later. So after our row widget, we need to add a little bit of space. So let's utilize our height spacer. Let's give it a size of 30. Here, we want to use the reusable text widget. Let's provide our string. Here, we are going to say continuous guest. Let's utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 16. Okay, so we are done creating our page view. So here, what we need to do in our page view, if a person reaches the 3rd page, which is our last page, then we should set it in a way that they won't be able to go back to the last page. So if they reach the page 3, this is the only page they will see. They won't be able to go back. So let's set it up. But before we do that, let's add const here. Let's go back to our page view. So to achieve the kind of functionality whereby if we reach a certain index, let's say index 2, and then we won't be able to go back to index 1, we need to use our controllers. So we are going to wrap this text widget in a provider. So let's cut the code from here. Let's cut the body. Let's utilize the consumer widget. So we are going to consume onboard notifier object. And let's give a corresponding name down here. And this has to be a small letter. And let's import our provider package. So down here, let's paste the code that we just cut. So let's visit our onboard notifier and see what it looks like. So now let's look at our onboard notifier. Our onboard notifier extends a change notifier, meaning that it notifies every dependence that depends on this onboard notifier. For instance, here our onboarding screen is dependent on our onboard notifier provider. So in our onboard notifier, we have one variable, a boolean, and initially is set to false. And we have a getter to get this private variable from our provider. and we have our setter with the name is last, and this setter sets this private variable to the new state and then notify our dependencies of the state change. Let's go to our onboarding screen. Let's remove the physics first. So on our physics, if you are scrolling and we reach to the last page, which is index 2, our onboard notifier consumer is notified that, okay, we've reached the index 2, changes are triggered on our onboard notifier provider, and then the notify listener, this notify listener is going to inform the widget that is consuming this object that, okay, we are on the last page, and then we are going to have some state changes in our application. So for example here, we're going to use the physics. So let's utilize our onboard notifier. So if it is last, so here we need to utilize never scrollable scroll physics, or else if it is not the last index, our physics is going to be always scrollable. So we need to trigger the changes. So our page view comes with on page change, and on page change, okay, let's give it a value page. On page changed, if our index is on the last index, so we need to notify our provider. So this is the index of our last page, which is page 2. If it is on page 2, then this boolean is set to true. And we also need to utilize a controller. Okay, let's call it pageController. So let's create this controller on top. First, let's convert this stateless widget to a stateful widget. And down here, we need to have final pageController. And let's give it a name, pageController. It's going to be pageController here. So our error is gone, and we need to also dispose our controller if you are done using it. Here we need to call dispose, and we are going to dispose our pageController. Our app is working fine. So we reached the last page. We are now not able to go back to the previous page. So let's reset and try to see the changes again. Okay, so we are on the first index. Index 0, index 1. We reach index 2, and then this on page function is triggered and its last is set to true, and then our consumer here is notified by our notifier listener. So on our page we need indicators to show which index are we on. So we are going to utilize a package with the name smooth page indicator. So let's go to our pubspec YAML. In our pubspec YAML, we have this package here. It's the one that we are going to utilize. So let's go to our onboarding screen and implement it. So it's going to be in a positioned widget since we are in a stack. So in our positioned widget, first we're going to set the bottom and we're going to use height. We're going to use height to set the bottom. And for it to be in the center, we need to have left set to 0 and we need right set to 0. So let's pass our child here. Our child is going to be smooth page indicator. So in here, we need to utilize our controller. So our controller is the pageController. And we need to have count. Since we have 3 widgets, we are going to put 3 here. And it comes with a property called effect. And in our effect, we need to utilize worm effect. So in worm effect, we need to have the dot height, and our height is going to be 12. And we need to have dot width, and it's also going to be 12. We also need spacing between the dots. So our spacing is going to be 10, and we need dot color. So our color is going to be dark gray, and we are going to give it a little bit of opacity. So let's add a little bit of opacity to it. We're going to give it an opacity of 0.5. And we need to differentiate between an active dot and an inactive dot. We need active dot color, and the color is going to be K-light. So our dots are here, but they are not in the center. So what we are going to do, we are going to wrap this smooth page indicator in a center widget. Now they are placed in the center of our widget. We don't need these dots here on our last page. We need to come to our center widget. So we need to utilize our provider. If the index is last, we are going to have sizebox.shrink, else we are going to display the dots. So let's save it and see. So our dots are gone. Let's try to reset our simulator so that we can be prompted to the first page. So this is our first page. If you scroll on the second page, we have dots. And on the last page, now we don't have dots. Let's add cons here. We need to have skip and next down here. So we need to have another positioned widget below this smooth page indicator. So let's close this positioned widget. And in our stack, we need another positioned widget. Let's add a comma. So first, our child is going to be align. So we need to utilize alignment. So it has to be at the bottom, so it's bottom center, and we need to have a child. So our child is going to be a padding widget, and we're going to give it a padding of edge_symmetrical, and we need to manipulate both horizontally and vertically. So horizontal, we need to have a padding of 20.w, and we need to have a vertical padding of 30. So our padding has a child property, and in this child we are going to utilize a row because we need two widgets on the left and on the right. So we need a row, and our alignment has to be spaced between because they have to be end to end. So let's utilize main axis alignment, and we are going to use space between. Let's have the children property. Our first is going to be a gesture detector. In this gesture detector, let's first utilize the child, and we are going to use our reusable text widget. And let's give it a string. So our first widget is going to be skip. Let's give it an app style, and we're going to give it a size of 16, and our color is going to be K-light. Here our font weight is going to be W500. So our first widget is appearing on our screen. So let's copy this gesture detector and let's paste it down here. So we have our two widgets. Let's rename this one to next. In our gesture detector, we need to utilize the onTap function. So our first onTap function, this is skip. We need to jump to the last index if we click skip. And if we press next, we need to go to the next index. So here we are going to use our pageController. So here, if we click skip, we are going to jump to the last index, which is index 2. And here in our onTap function, we are going to do the same, but we are going to redirect to the next index, not the last index. So we need to utilize our pageController. And we need to set the duration and the curve. So our duration is going to be duration. In here, we have to utilize milliseconds. Let's just give it 300 milliseconds. And here it has to be curves. Let's just use ease. Let's add const to our duration. So let's try and see whether it's working or not. So if we press next, we're prompted to the next index. We are going to do the same as we did on our smooth page indicator. We don't need to show this skip and next. We don't need the widget in our last page. So let's come up our alignment. We need to utilize our onboard notifier. If it is on the last page, so we need to have a sizebox.shrink, else we are going to display our widget. So let's bring this down here. Or let's just format the code. Let's add const here. It's gone from our last index. So let's reset here so that we can try to use the skip. So here, if we press skip, we're supposed to be prompted to the last index, and it's working fine. we need to create a few pages and store some of our state in shared preference. So first, we need to set the routes for the login and for the sign up. So if we click on login, we're supposed to be prompted to the login screen. And if we click on sign up, we're supposed to be prompted to the sign up page. So let's go to page 3 widget. We need to utilize our get for routes. So let me import the get package. So our first route is going to be login. So I've already created the login page, but we'll write the code later. So for now, add const here. And one other thing, we need to store the state, because like if it is first time, when a user is signing up for the first time, we need to store the state in our shared preference. So we are going to set a boolean flag in our shared preference. So here, let's make this function asynchronous. So let's create a final instance of our shared preference. Here is going to be await. We need to get instance. So down here, we need to await and we need to set a boolean flag in our prefs. So the key that we're going to use is going to be entry point and the value is going to be true. And let's go to our sign up. We need to have onTap function. So we need to redirect to our sign up page, the registration page. Let's add const here. So let's try to see whether our application is working. So here, our login page is just a scaffold with nothing in it. So let's go to our page. Let's put it in a scaffold, body. In our body, let's return a container and let's set a color. So our pages, they're going to utilize a custom AppBar. Let's have an AppBar here. So to use a custom AppBar, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a preferred size widget. Preferred size widget takes a child and preferred size. So let me remove the child from here. So our preferred size is going to be size.fromHeight, and we're going to take a height of 50. Let's have our child here. So our child is going to be our custom AppBar. Custom AppBar. So let's visit our custom AppBar. So our custom AppBar, there's nothing in it. It's just an empty container. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to return an AppBar. And we need to have some certain properties in here. So first, let's set an icon theme, and we're going to utilize the icon theme data. Next, let's have a background color, and our background color is going to be K-Light. And our elevation is going to be 0. We need to set this to false, and we also need leading width. Our leading width is going to be 70.w, and we need leading. So our leading is going to return a widget, so we are going to give it a name child. So we are going to create this widget up here on top. So let me finish here and then we can create. We need actions, and our actions, we're going to return actions, and we need to have a center title. We set it to true, and our title, we are going to utilize our reusable text widget, and text, we're going to pass the text to this widget from our parent page. Let's just have app style. Our app style, we're going to have a size of 16, and the color is going to be colors.dark, and we are going to have a font weight of W600. So let's create these variables on top. So first we're going to have a final string, and it's going to be nullable, and we have to give it the name text. We can either put this value or not. I'll explain as we try to use our AppBar. And the next is going to be a widget, and let's give it a name, child. And our final is going to be a list of widget, and it can be now also. And let's give it a name, actions. So let's add these parameters here. We still have an error. We have a text here. Okay, since it's nullable, if this text is null, it will retain an empty string. So we are done create our AppBar. Let's go back to our login page. So in here, we need to pass the text, and our text is going to be login. we need to pass a child. So our child is going to be a gesture detector. So in our gesture detector, we need onTap function. Let's set it to null first. So our gesture detector has a child property, and our child is going to be an icon. And here we're going to utilize Cupertino. Let's import. We're going to have arrow_left. This is our AppBar. So here, if I remove the text and just save, the text won't show. So we are going to use our custom AppBar. So we won't rewrite code over and over again. Let's add const here. So in our onTap function, we need to navigate to the last page. So we are going to use get. So if we press, we're prompted back to our login screen. So now let's move on to create our body. In our body, we need to remove this container. After removing this container, we need to replace it with a padding widget. And our padding, text padding, and our padding is going to be agencies.symmetrical. And we are going to manipulate the horizontal side, and we are going to give it a padding of 20. A padding takes a child. In our child, we are going to return a ListView. ListView takes children. But first, before we get to the children, let's add padding, because our list comes with a default padding on top. So we need to get rid of the padding. So we need to set agencies.0. So let's go to our children. Our first child is going to be a height spacer, because we need to add a little bit of height on top of our widget. And we have to give it a size of 50. We need a text. So we're going to use our reusable text widget. Our text is going to be welcome back. We're going to use our app style, and we have to give it a size of 30. And our color is going to be black, so we need to utilize kdark. Our font weight is going to be W600. We need to have another reusable widget below that. So let's copy this widget from here. And let's change the text here. We need to reduce the size to 16, and we need to change the color to kdark gray. We need to add another space. So we're going to utilize the height spacer, and it's going to have the same size, 50. And after that, we need to create some text fields. So here we're going to use custom text field. Let's just write custom text field here. We need to create the custom text field. Okay, so this is our custom text field. We need to write the code. So in our custom text field, the first property that we're going to have, we're going to return a container. And in this container, we need to set the color, and the color is going to be klight.gray. It's going to be klight gray, and our container returns a child. And in this child, that's where we are going to put our text field. So our text field has some properties that we need to utilize. So first is the keyboard. And we're just going to give it the same name, because we need to use this, we need to reuse this widget throughout our application. It's best for us to create it in a sense that it can be reusable. So let's have obscure text. Obscure text, we're going to use it when we are working on our password text field. Let's give it the same value. We also need decoration. Our decoration is going to be input decoration. In our input decoration, we are going to take hint text. We're going to have a suffix icon. Let's pass the hint style, because we need to style our hint. So our hint style is going to be our app style here. We need to give it a size. Let's give it a size of 14. And the color is going to be kdark gray. And let's give it a font weight of W500. Now let's work on our border. We have error border. We're going to use outline. We need border side. In our border side, we have to use border side. We need to set the color, and the color for an error border is going to be colors.red. and we need to set the width. The width is going to be 0.5. Let's just add border radius here. Let's put it to 0. Let's copy. After this, we need focus border. So in our focus border, we are going to have colors.transparent here. And the width has to be 0. We also have focused area border. It should remain the same. We have disabled border. Disabled border, let's give it a gray color. And let's remove cons from here to get rid of the error. And we have enabled border. So let's paste it here. And let's change this error border to enabled border. For enabled border, we are going to have transparent here. In here, we need border and input border. Let's just set it to none. So our text form field requires a controller. Let's just give it a value, controller. And we need cursor height, and our cursor height is going to be 25. And we need style. Our style, we're going to utilize app style. Going to give it a size of 14. Here we're going to use kdark. And a font weight of W500. So we need to create these parameters on top. Before we create the parameters, our text form field needs a validator, because we need to validate each and every time. We need to validate the text field each and every time before we submit it. So we are going to have a validator. So let's go to the top. So we are going to have a final text editing controller. And the name is controller here. Let's have a final string for our hint text. Let's have a final text input type for our keyboard. Okay, it's keyboard type. For our validator and for our suffix icon, it requires a widget. So here we're going to pass a final, can be nullable. The name is suffix icon, and we need our obscure text. So obscure text takes a boolean and can be nullable. So here, let's change the name here so that we can get rid of the error. Okay, so here, if obscure text is not provided, it's always going to be false. So we need to pass a default value if it is not provided. So let's add the parameters. So we are done creating our custom text field. Let's go back to our login screen. We are done creating our text form field. To utilize our text form field, the first thing that we need a controller, because it is required. We need to come up here on top and create text editing controllers. So we have two text editing controllers, the one for the email and the one for the password. And after creating these controllers, we need to dispose them. So here we need to call the dispose method, and we dispose our text editing controllers. So let's come up here. So first, when we are logging in, we need email. And the next thing that we need here, we need our keyboard type, text input type dot. This first one is going to be an email. We need hint text. Or hint text is going to be a string. And let's give it a value, email. We also need a validator. So our validator, we need a value. So here, let's just call it email to write the validation code in here. So we are going to use the if statement. So if email is empty or email doesn't contain it, then we need to pass the message to the user. Our message is going to be a string. Let's send a message, please enter a valid email. Else we are going to just return. So we are done. Let's try to change the color of our custom text field. For now, let's use dark gray. So let me change the color, make it a little bit darker. So let's go back to our login page. So we need to create another text form field, but before that, we need to pass a space between the email field and the next field, which is going to be our password. So here, I'm going to pass a size of 20. I'm going to copy this custom text field from here and paste it way below. So we have our two text fields, and this one is going to be password. Let's just have password here so that we won't be confused. Let's get rid of these lines of code here. Valid password. So for our password, we need to pass the obscure text. So what we are going to do, we need to be able to control our obscure text, whether to show the password or not. So we are going to have controllers for that. We are going to use our providers to be able to change the state of our password, whether to show it or not. But first, we're going to have a suffix icon. So our suffix icon is going to be a gesture detector. In this gesture detector, we're going to utilize a child. And our child is going to be an icon. So here we're going to utilize material icons. At first, let's just have visible. It's supposed to be icons. Let's give it a color and let's make it dark. Okay, here we need to set the length. The password, our password has to be at least seven characters. You can put a number that you like, but for me, I'm just going to go with 7. So that's for our password. So next, we are going to create the provider for our login page, and then we can implement the obscure text, and then we can finish off. Properties first. Before we go on to create our controller, we need a height spacer. Let's give it a size of 10. After the height spacer, we need to have an align widget. Here we're going to utilize the alignment property. In our alignment property, we are going to have center right because we need to have a text here. If we click on it, then we can be redirected to the registration page. So first, let's get a child, and our child is going to be a reusable text widget. Let's give it a size of 14, and we are going to utilize our app style or the text. Here it's text, and our text is going to be register. Here it's going to be app style, size of 14. Let's give it a color. Let's give it a font weight of W500. Our child has to be wrapped around the gesture detector because if we click on it, we're supposed to navigate to the registration page. So here we are going to have onTap function. In our onTap function, first let's just return now. We'll work on that later. Let's go on. After our alignment, we need to space. So we need height spacer. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 50, and we need to create a custom button. So let's open our custom button and try to design our custom button. So our custom button, we're going to need a gesture detector. So let's wrap our container in a gesture detector because it has to be clickable, and we're going to use onTap function. And in our container here, we're going to have a color, and our color is going to be orange. So we need orange. We need width, and we are going to utilize the width from our constants. We also need height. A height, okay, let's make it as a percentage of the height of the device. So we have our height and we'll multiply it by 0.065. So our container returns a child property. In our child property, we are going to utilize a center because we need to have text and it has to be on the center. So here, let's have a child and use our reusable text widget. Our text is going to be text. We need to pass the text here from our parent page. So let's leave it like that. Let's give it a style. So here we're going to utilize app style and our size is going to be 16. Our color is going to be color, or we need to have a default color. If we don't provide this color here, our button is going to take K-Light color as its default color. Let's give it a font weight, W600. So let's create these parameters on top. So first we have final string. It's going to be text. We have final color. Can be nullable. And it's going to be color. And we have a void function. Let's give it a name on tab. So let's add the parameters here on top. So we are done creating our custom button. Let's come to our login screen. So we need text in our button first. So we have our button. We need to pass some other parameters also. So here we need the on tab. We are going to set it as empty in the beginning, and then we're going to work on it later. Next, we're going to create our login provider. So now we need to create our login provider. So what we are going to do, we need to come to our controllers. Controllers, let's visit the login provider. So first we need to have a boolean, and it's going to be a private boolean. Let's give it a name. And initially is going to be true. So each and every time that a user is going to enter the password, that password has to be hidden. And if they press on this icon here, we trigger an event to change the state. And if the state is changed, then we can notify the listener and show our password. So we need a getter. So we need to get this private variable. And we also need a setter. So here we are passing a boolean with the new state. So let's just give it a name, new state here. And after passing that, we need to set our private variable to the new state. So here, our private variable is equals to new state, and we need to notify the listener that the state has changed. So we need to call the notify listener method down here. So we are done creating our ObscureText Boolean value. So we need to go back to our login page. So in our login page, you need to visit the, so here we need to change here this controller to password. We need to wrap this whole widget in a consumer widget. So what we are going to do, close this scaffold here, and let's cut it first. So we are going to have consumer, and the object that we are going to consume is a login notifier. Let's give it the same name here, but with a small letter. We need to import the provider package here. After importing, we need to paste our code. After pasting our code, let's come down here. Let's remove this dead code from here and let's close it here. So now we are able to use this login notifier. So we come to our password and we come to our suffix icon. So here we need to have on tab. So in our on tab function, we need to set the obscure text from true to false, because initially it is true. So we are going to call our login notifier. So our new state is going to be the opposite of the current state. We forgot to do one thing. First here, It's working fine. So let's see what's the initial value. So initially our ObscureText is true. So that's what we need. And if we press here, then we can see the text. So let's go on and have logic for this icon because it has to change each and every time that we click on it. So we are almost done creating our login page. What we need to do, we need to set a route for this register button that we have here. So let's go to our register button. On tab function, we need to set a route. So we're going to use getX for our route. So we need to get to a page, and the page that we need to get to is our registration page. Let's add const here. So our registration page is going to be similar to our login page. What we need to do, let's select everything here from widget. Let's copy these lines of code, and we need to go to our registration page. This is our registration page. So we need to replace this widget with the one that we copied from our previous page. We need to import this widget. So here we need to change the object that we are consuming using our consumer widget. So we are going to create a new one for our sign up page. So what we need to do here, let's go to our providers first. Just going to copy everything in our login provider. That's the obscure boolean. And we need to go to our sign up, paste this code here. In the beginning, our login provider and our sign up provider, they are going to be the same because we need to utilize the obscure text when a user is entering password during registration. So we come to our sign up page. We need to change this object that we're consuming. So let's go and check the name. The name is sign up notifier. Let's just copy the name from here. We paste it here and we need to import. So here we need to change the name. What we are going to do, we're just going to change all the occurrence of this notifier, sign up notifier. Here we need to import our screen utils. Let's get rid of this. Let's close it here. So here we have an additional text editing controller, which is the name. Our login requires the email and the password, but our sign up require the user to provide a name. So we are going to have a name, and we are going to put the name in our dispose function. So let's come here. We need to make a few changes to our code that we just copied from our login page. So first is going to be our AppBar. We are going to change the text from login to sign up. And we need to change this text from here to hello, welcome. Because it's the first time that the user is going to be signing up. And let's copy this custom text field here. We need to duplicate it so that we can have another field for our name. So it has to be on top of the email. Let's change the controller to name controller. And let's change the hint to full name. Let's change this property to name. So these others, they remain the same. So let's click, before we go on to test our page, let's change here to sign up. we need to add a little bit of space between the first custom text field and the second custom text field. So let's go to the top here, between the name and the email. And we need to get rid of this register. We need to navigate back to log in. If a user got an account, so they are prompted to log in. So here, we can just say login, and we need to change the route to the login page. So it's either you can go back using login, or you can go back using the back button. So we are done creating our registration page. The next thing that we are going to do, we are going to create our main screen. That would be our entry point after a user sign up for an account. So let's come up to our sign up page. We come to custom text field, the one for the password. We need to have a strong validation for our password. I've written lines of code that we are going to utilize to validate the password. In our sign up provider, I've created this function. It's a Boolean function, a password validator, and it requires a string. So if string is empty, then it's going to return. So we're going to follow certain patterns. So the first pattern that we're going to follow, if the password should contain at least one uppercase, the password should contain at least one lowercase letter, the password should contain at least one digit. Here, the password should contain at least one special character, and the length should be more than 8. If this pattern is satisfied, then we are going to return true. Then our password will be valid. So what we need to do to call this function in our sign up page, we need to come up here. We need to replace this validator that we have down here with the one that we just written in our provider. So we are going to use sign up provider, password validator. So what we need to do here, if it is not valid or if it is empty, then we need to notify the user. So here we should pass a string. We are going to return now. If this condition is satisfied, we are going to return now. So that's for our password validation. So we're not going to do the same for the login page. We are going to validate or to use this validation when a user is just signing up so that they can enter a stronger password. On logging in, they are using their password, the stronger password. So there's no need for validation at that point because we've validated the password and it's strong enough already. So before working on our main screen, we need to make our Zoom notifier. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go to controllers. In our controllers, let's go to Zoom provider. So we need to create an int, a private int with the name current index. And initially, it's going to be 0. And we need our getters and our setters. So first, let's create our getter. So here, our getter is going to get the current index, the private variable, the current index. So let's create our setter. So in here, we need the type, and we are going to set a new index. So here we are setting the private current index to the new index. And after this is done, we need to call our notifier listener method so that the consumer of the Zoom notifier provider can be notified of the changes. To create our DrawerScreen. Our DrawerScreen is going to be a stateful widget, so it's best if we create it outside of our main screen. So what we need to do, we need to go to our common, views common, let's go to the drawer. Let's create a new file and let's call it DrawerScreen. So in here, we need to create a stateful widget and let's give it a name DrawerScreen. Let's import the material package. Up here on top, our DrawerScreen requires a final value setter because we need to set values each and every time that we click on it. So here we need a value setter and we are going to give it a name index setter. So we need to add it to our parameters down here. Let's do one thing, get rid of this container. We want to return a consumer widget. And our consumer widget is going to consume the Zoom notifier. Import the provider package here. And let's change the name here to Zoom notifier. Give it a small letter here. So our first widget that we're going to return is a gesture detector. So we are returning this gesture detector because each and every time that we open our Zoom drawer, to close it, we need to drag the screen so that it can be closed. So I'm using a gesture detector here so that if we double tap here, if we double tap on the blue part of the screen, and then our Zoom drawer will close. So here in our gesture detector, we're going to use on double tap. So on double tap, we need to toggle the zoom. So Zoom drawer. Our gesture detector has a child property. And our child is going to be a scaffold. In this scaffold, we need a background color. Our color is going to be light blue. After that, we need a body. In our body, we need to return a column. In our column, we need to set main axis alignment and cross-axis alignment. Our main axis alignment is going to be center, and our cross-axis alignment is going to be start. We need to position it to the start here on our cross-axis alignment, and we need to position it in the center on our main axis alignment. We pass our main axis alignment. Let's give it a center. Let's have our cross-axis alignment, and we are going to use start. So our column has a children property. In our children now, we need to use our drawer item. So on the first one, our index is going to be 0. So we need to set an index here. And our text is going to be home. And our icon, we are going to utilize Flutter vector icons. So we are going to use design here. And the icon that we are going to use is home. And for our color, we need to differentiate between the active index and an inactive index. So if it is active, it has to be white. If it is inactive, then our color has to be a light gray color. Here we are going to utilize our Zoom notifier. Since we wrapped our widget in a Zoom notifier, we can use our Zoom notifier here. So let's go to our color. So we have a property called current index in our Zoom notifier. So if our current index is equals to the index that we are on, let's say for this instance it's 0, then our color here needs to be light, or else the color is going to be light gray. So let's format our code here. So let's copy this drawer item and make changes for the rest of the icons that are remaining. So we have 5 drawer items. Let's add a comma here first. So our next icon is going to be a chart icon. So let's change the text to chart. And here we are going to use a different font. We're going to use a chart bubble outline. And our index is going to be 1. For our third icon, that's a bookmark. That's for our bookmarks. So for our bookmarks, we're going to use Fontisto. Our third is going to be device management. So this one can be long, so let's just shorten it a little bit. And the font that we are going to use is Material Community Icons, and we need devices here. So for our last icon, we're going to need a profile. So for this one, we're going to use Font Awesome 5 regular. Our icon here is going to be user circle. So we need to change this text here to profile. Everything is done with our draw screen. So we need to go back to our main screen. We need to import this widget here. So we've imported the widget. So now we need to add some parameters. So the first one that we need is the index setter. So our index setter here requires an index. So here we are going to set the index in our provider. We need to wrap this ZoomDrawer in a consumer widget so that we can access our Zoom notifier. Let's cut this code and let's have our consumer widget, and we are going to consume our Zoom notifier, a lowercase here, and we are going to return our widget down here. So we are almost done creating our main menu. What we need to do first, we need to go to our main screen, and we need to hook it to our main screen so that we can see whether it's working or not. So here we are going to, let's not use main screen, but let's go to page 3. Page 3, when we click login, in our login page, so here, let's navigate to our home screen. So to navigate to our home screen, we need to pass the main screen. In our main screen, let's do a little bit of changes to our home page. So there are some few things that we need to do in order to access our drawer. So first, we need to come to our main screen. Here, these pages should have a widget that we can toggle on. This widget right here, if you visit these widgets, they don't have anything. They just retain a container. So we should program them in a way that we have this toggle menu on each and every page that we need to navigate to or to navigate from. So first, what we are going to do in our home page, what we need to do, we need to have a scaffold first. So in our scaffold, we need an AppBar, and we're going to utilize the same AppBar that we utilize for other widgets. So we are going to use that custom AppBar. So to use it, we need a preferred size widget. So first, here, our child should be last. So we need to cut it from here. And our preferred size, we're going to use size from height. And let's give it a size of 50. And we need to utilize our screen utils. So we put .h. And after this, we need to have our child. And our child is going to be our custom AppBar. So in our custom AppBar, we need to have this widget right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a separate widget in our common files. So here in our drawer, we need to create a file, and let's give it a name. Let's call it drawer widget. So in here, we're going to have a stateless widget. Let's import our material package in here. So first, we need to return a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we need onTap function. So when we tap here, so we need to toggle our ZoomDrawer. So here it has to be now. So we are going to have a child. Our child is going to be an SVG picture. So we are going to pull that from our assets, provide the path. So our path is going to be assets icons, and here the name is menu.svg. And let's give it a width and a height. We're going to give it a width of 30 So let's use .w and let's give it a height. And we're also going to give it a height of 30. Let's utilize our screen you choose here. Let's format our code. So we are done creating our drawer widget. Let's go back to our home page. In our home page, in this child here, we need to pass the drawer widget. And we also need actions. So in our actions, we need to have an image, this image here, the profile image. So what we are going to do, we are going to wrap it in a padding widget first. And our padding is going to be agencies.o, and we're going to give it a padding of 12. Let's utilize the child property, and our child is going to be a circle avatar. In this avatar, we need to set the radius. So the radius determines the size of the circle that we just created. So we need a smaller circle. We are going to give it a radius of 15, and we need a background image. And let's put this image from our assets. Let's provide a path. Let's go to our assets here. Okay, so I'm going to use this image, user.png. Let's add const here and another const here. And let's wrap our drawer in a padding widget. So we're going to give it a padding of 12. Let's utilize our screen you choose. We need to get rid of the const here. So let's try to run our application and see whether our design is looking fine. So our app is running. Let's go ahead and test our ZoomDrawer. Press login. If we press login here, we are directed to our home page. In our home page, our ZoomDrawer is working fine, but now we cannot click. This part is not clickable, so we need to make some few changes. Let's go back to our main screen. In our main screen, we need to move this drawer item to DrawerScreen widget. So I'm going to cut this code from here. And let's come to our DrawerScreen. In our DrawerScreen, down here, down below, let's paste it. And let's import these widgets here. So initially, our onTap function was now. So we need to utilize our onTap function. We need to call the ZoomDrawer. So what we need to do here, we need to call our index setter. So each and every time that we click on our widget, we need to set the index. Since on top here we have index setter, that's the index setter that we're going to use, and we're going to set it to index. So each and every time that we click on a widget, the index of that widget is sent to our index setter, and then it's set in our provider. So let's take a look at our provider. So our provider, it's an integer of current index, a private variable current index, and initially it is 0. So here we have a getter to get the current index from the private variable, and we have a setter to set the current index to new index. So each and every time that we click on this widget here, we are calling this current index setter, and it's being set to the new index of that widget. And then our UI, which is consuming the Zoom notifier, is then given a notification by the notifier listener. So basically that's it when it comes to the ZoomDrawer. So next we're going to work more on our home page here and go ahead and create all other pages. We need to hook this menu to the correct pages. So here on our index 1, we should have a chat page. So we need to go to each and every page. But first, before we go to each and every page to make changes, Let's come to our home page. We need to have this AppBar in each and every page that we are going to use a ZoomDrawer. So let's just copy the scaffold from here and visit all the pages that we need a ZoomDrawer. And we're going to return the scaffold. So for the other pages, we don't need the profile. So we are going to remove these actions. Since we don't require them, we're going to remove them. We only need the ZoomDrawer. Most probably, we might need to add the title. The second one is the chart. So we need to add a title here and just call it chart. So let's copy this from here. Let's go back to our main screen. We need to visit our bookmarks. In our bookmarks, we need to paste. Let's import the AppBar. And let's import the drawer as well as the screen utils. After we are done, we need to change the title. Let's change it to bookmarks. Let's go to our device management page. In our device management page, we need to do the same as we did for the last page. Let's give it a title, device management. Let's import the screen utils package here. Let's go to our last page, which is the profile page, and do the same. So let's try it out and see whether our pages are going to change or not. So we click on our drawer, we click on chart. So these are the changes that we made. We put the ZoomDrawer here and we put the title. Same as our bookmarks. Device management is the same. Profile. So we are done creating our ZoomDrawer. Next, we are going to work on our homepage. Since our application is not going to have a bottom navigation bar, we are going to utilize a ZoomDrawer. So our end product should look something like this. So what we need to do first, we need to create a main screen. That will be the entry point of the application. It will pass the routes, the home screen, the chart, the bookmarks, device manager, and the profile to our ZoomDrawer so that we can be able to access them when we get into the application. To start working on our main screen, we need to come to our lib folder, views, UI. In our UI, we have a page with the name screen. We need to open the file. In our file, we have a stateful widget and it returns a container. But down here, we need to utilize our ZoomDrawer. So our ZoomDrawer is coming from the package that we've installed in our pub/spec YAML. So first, let's have the menu screen. Menu screen is going to return a widget. We're going to create the widget a little bit later. And we also need main menu. So our main menu is going to be a widget which have a switch statement to give us the widget that we want to navigate to. I'm going to call it current screen, and we need to create the widget also. So we'll create it a little bit later. We need border radius, and our border radius is going to be 30. We also need to show a shadow. We are going to use show shadow property and we're going to set it to true. And we need to pass an angle, and our angle here is going to be 0.0. And we need the slide width, like when we slide our widget. Let's open this application up. When we slide our widget here, like how much width do we need from the end of the phone to where the widget is going to end? We need a slide width. And our slide width is going to be 250. And we need a background color. This background color for our ZoomDrawer. Menu background color. So for this color, we are going to use a blue color. So we are going to use light blue. So that's all for the ZoomDrawer. So we need to create these two widgets. So first, let's create the current screen. So our current screen is going to have a switch statement. And here we are going to utilize a zoom notifier. So first here in our widget, let's create an instance for our provider. Let's import these packages. Let's close this one here. So we need our cases that we need to switch between. So we have case 0. Our case 0 is going to return the home screen. That's our home page, And we need to set our default. If you are logging in the first time, or if you're using the drawer for the first time, we need a default value. So our default is always going to be home. Let's try to move this widget. So now we need to create the drawer. For creating the drawer screen, what we need to do, we need to have a drawer item. So a drawer item is going to give us the structure of this widget here, whereby we have an icon and we have a text. It's also clickable. So let's go ahead and create the drawer item. So our drawer item is going to require icon data with the name icon. And we are also going to require a string with the name text. We are also going to require an int. Let's give it a name index. We also need a color. Let's give it a name color. And we also need text color. So it's going to be color. And let's give it a name text color here. We're going to return a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we are going to require OnTap function. Let's set our OnTap function is now. We need a child, and our child is going to be a container. In our container, we need to give this container a margin. So let's use edge instance dot. Let's use only. We want to manipulate the left and the bottom. So we're going to give it a margin of 20 from the left. So it's .w here. And from the bottom, we have to give it a 20 also, and we need to utilize the height. So our container comes with the child property, and in our child, we are going to return a row since we need to have widgets side by side. So we are going to utilize a row. In our row, we are going to utilize children. So our first child is going to be an icon and is going to take the icon that we set on top here. Let's give it a color. And the color that we are going to utilize this first color here. So we are done with our icon. We need to have space between widget. So here, let's see whether we have a width spacer. Let's check our width spacer. Okay, our width spacer got nothing inside, so we need to return a size box. So in our size box, we are taking width, and our width is going to be width. Let's create a final double here with the name width. So each and every time that we need to space things horizontally, we are going to use this width spacer. So let's save our widget. Let's come back to our width spacer here. In our width spacer, we require width, and our width, we are going to have a width of 12 between widgets. Let's add const here. Now we need to add our text. For our text, we need to use our reusable text widget. So first we have text. that's okay. This text is going to correspond with this text. So if we provide text to this draw widget, it's going to be passed to our reusable widget down here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have our app style. In our app style, we have to give it a size of 12. Let's give it a color. Okay, so for color, we are going to utilize the color that we are going to provide on top. Let's give it a font weight, and it's going to be bold. So this color is going to correspond to this color here. So our widget, like our icon color and our text color has to be the same. So we don't need to use this text color here, so we can get rid of it. So next, what we are going to do, we are going to create the drawer screen, and we are going to utilize this drawer item in our drawer screen. Now that we're done creating our main screen, we need to move on to design our home page. So let's go to our lib folder. Let's go to views, UI, and we have our home page here. Let's bring it up. So first, we need to pass a body to our scaffold. So our body is going to be wrapped around a safe area because we need widgets to be within the screen. So we need a safe area, and a safe area takes a child, and our child is going to be a single child scroll view because our home page has to be scrollable. And in a single child scroll view, we're going to utilize the child property, and we're going to have padding. And our padding here has to be edges.symmetric, and we have to manipulate the horizontal side of it. Let's give it a 20 W. Here it has to be horizontal. And so padding takes a child, and our child is going to be a column because we need widgets to be on top of each other. So in our column, we are going to utilize the cross-axis alignment, and we need to utilize the children property. So let's close this here. So our first child is going to be a height spacer. Let's give it a size of 10. And our next widget is going to be a text widget. We need to have this text in 2 lines. So we are going to have the /n so that we can have the other part of the text underneath this search. So like here, find and apply. We're going to utilize our app style, and our size is going to be 40. Here, our text has to be black, so we have to utilize kdark, and our font weight is going to be bold. /n brings the text that comes after it below. So let's have a backspace here so that we won't have this space. Our search and our find, they have to be aligned. So let's move on. We need a height spacer, and let's give it a size of 40. Our next widget is going to be a search widget. So for this widget, let's write it, and then we create it. Let's go ahead and open it. So here we have a container. So we need to replace this container with a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we have to utilize onTap function. We need to have a child, and our child is going to be a column. In our column, we need to have children. Our first child is going to be a row widget. In our row, pass the children in here, and we need a size box. In our size box, we have to utilize the width property. So our width is going to be the width of the screen, and we are going to multiply it by 0.84. Let's give it a child. In our child, we are going to utilize another row widget. Let's give it main axis alignment. It has to be main axis alignment dot start. Let's pass children. In our children, we need an icon, and we need our text. So here, first we are going to have an icon, and we are going to use a font feather dot search. Let's import Flutter vector icons. Let's give it a color, and our color here is going to be orange, and let's give it a size, and the size is going to be 20. So we are done creating our icon. Let's add a width spacer. Let's give it a size of 20. After a width spacer, we need reusable text widget, and we have to pass a string, and our string is going to be search for jobs, and we need to pass the style. Let's give it a size of 18. And our color is going to be orange. Our font weight is going to be W500. After the size box, we need to have another icon. And in here, we're going to pass a slider. So we need to utilize font awesome.sliders. And we have to give it a color. And the color is going to be dark gray. And we need to give it a size. The size has to be 20 here. Let's utilize screen utils. Let's do the same for our first icon. In this column here, we need to have a height spacer, and let's give it a size of 7. After the height spacer, we need to add a divider so that we can have a line underneath our search. So here we pass a divider. In our divider, we need to have the color. So our color is going to be dark gray. And we need to have thickness. Our thickness is going to be 0.5. We also need to add end indent. So it's going to be 40. Here we need to utilize screen utils. So we just put W after our end indent. So let's go up here. We require a final void function. Let's pass it. So let's come here. Our search, we are done. So here in our onTap function, we need to navigate to our search page. Let's remove the const from here. Let's utilize get for routes. Let's import get first. Here we need to navigate to our search page. So next, what we need to do, we need to have a heading where we have our popular jobs. We need to have this heading here where we have popular jobs, view all. Then we can create this widget here. So first we need to add a height spacer, and let's give it a height of 30. After giving it a height of 30, we need a heading. So we have a heading widget here. So in our heading widget, we need to add a few properties. So first, our heading widget is going to return a row because we need popular jobs, and we need view all, and we need children. But first, let's have main axis alignment. Let's set it to space between, and let's have cross axis alignment. Let's set it center. In our children, we need to have a reusable text widget. So first, the first one, we're going to pass text. Let's deal with the app style. Let's bring the style below. So here we have our app style. Let's give it a size of 20, and let's give it a color. And the color is going to be black. So we're going to utilize dark. Our font weight is going to be W600. After that, we need a gesture detector. For our view all, we need to wrap it around a gesture detector. So we are going to have a gesture detector here first. In our gesture detector, we need to have the text. So we're going to utilize this text. So let's copy from here. Let's have a child in here. After our child, let's paste our code. So here we need to just pass the value, which is view all, and we're going to reduce the size a little bit and change the color. So let's give it a size of 18, and here let's use orange. So on top, we need to create the variables for the text, and we need the onTap function for the gesture detector. So first, let's pass onTap here, and let's give it a name onTap. So let's create the finals here. So the first is the final string, and our string is going to be text. And the next one is a final void function, and let's give it a name onTap. Let's add final field. So here, and we need to reduce the weight of this text to W500. So we are done. Here, we need to pass the text. We're going to reuse this widget again for the recently posted jobs. That's why we need the text here. So our text is going to be popular jobs. And on tab function, for now, let's set it to an empty function. There we go. We have our heading here. So next, what we are going to do, we are going to create a list view with our jobs. But first, we are going to input dummy data because we haven't started work on our backend yet. Before that, let me just copy this heading here and let me paste it here. I change the title to recently posted. So in our job horizontal tile here, we need to return a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we need to pass the onTap function. Let's call it onTap with a small letter here. And we need to utilize the child property. And our child is going to be a padding. In our padding, we need to manipulate the right side only. So we're going to have agencies.only. Let's give it a padding of 12. Let's utilize our screen utils here. We also need to utilize the child property in the padding. So let's pass a child here. And our child is going to be a container. In this container, we are going to utilize padding and we are going to have agencies.symmetric. We are going to manipulate both the horizontal side. We give it a padding of 20 and we are also going to manipulate the vertical side. We give it the same size, which is 20. After our padding, we need to have width. We're going to utilize the width that we have in our constants and we need to multiply it by 0.7. We don't need our widget to be occupying the screen. We just need it to occupy 70% of the screen. And we need height. And our height, we are going to utilize the height that we have. And we are going to multiply it by 0.27. We need to give it a color. Our color here is going to be light gray. So in our container, we also have a child. So we are going to utilize the child property. And our child is going to be a column. In our column, we're going to have cross-axis alignment. So here, our cross-axis alignment is going to be start. And we need to utilize the children property. In our children, our first child is going to be a row widget. And in our row, we need to utilize the children property. In our children, the first child that we need is a circular avatar. And we need an image. So first, let's just pull the image from our assets. So let's utilize assets image here. Most probably, we are going to change it to a network image. After our circular avatar, we're going to need a width spacer and we need to give it a width of 15. After that, let's have a text. So we're going to utilize our reusable text widget down here. Let's leave it as text for now. Let's have our style. Let's give it a size of 20. Here is going to be dark and our font weight is going to be W600. And we need to have another reusable text widget. Let's just write something here. The first one is for the company. So let's just say Facebook. And let's give the app style a size of 26. So after this row widget, in our column, we need to have a height spacer. Let's give it a size of 15. After our height spacer here, we need a reusable text widget and we are going to have job title. So I'm going to just say senior Flutter developer and the size is okay. And we need another widget for the location. The location of the job, let's just put something random. And the size here is going to be a little bit smaller. And the color for location is going to be dark gray. After this widget, we need a row widget. so that we can have our salary. So in our row widget, we need main axis alignment, and it's going to be space between. We need children. In our children, we are going to utilize the reusable text. So let's paste it in here. So let's just put our salary as 15K. And down here, we need the period, like whether it's 15K per month, per year. Okay, so here is going to be monthly, and we need to change the size. Let's put it 23. So after this row, we need another circular avatar. In this circular avatar, we need radius, and our radius is going to be 18. And let's pass a background color. A background color is going to be K-light. And we need to have a child. And our child is going to be an icon. So in our icon, we are going to utilize Aeon icons. And the icon that we're going to utilize is chevron forward. Okay, so let's come up here on top. First, what we need to do, we need to create a final void function. And we have to give it a name on top. Let's import it here. Let's clean our code a little bit, and let's add const here. So let's come up to, so in here, let's just have our onTap function. Let's add const here. Let's try to run our app. We need to make some few changes, starting with the circular avatar here. We need to remove it from here. So this row here, we need to wrap it around another row widget. So in this row widget, we need to paste and remove this main axis alignment, and we put it on top. Here, the radius has to be 18. And we need to space our text. We need to space our text and our row here. So we need to have a height spacer. Let's give it a height of 20. So we are done creating these, and we need to fix the width. But first, let's go to our home page. In our home page here, we need to add a height spacer here. Let's give it a height space of 20. So in our ListView builder, we need to have scroll direction. And our scroll direction here is going to be axis.horizontal. We can scroll. So let's increase the size of our tile here. So let's go to our job horizontal tile. So in our horizontal tile, size must be 0.7 here, the width. And let's change the color of the monthly. So here, it's in our row. Okay, so here it has to be dark gray. So next we're going to work on our recently posted. It's going to be a vertical tile. So let's go back to our home. We need another height spacer after our heading widget. Let's close this size box here. Let's give us some space here so that our code can be readable. Let's close. So here we are going to have a vertical tile. We need OnTap function in the vertical tile. So what we're going to do, we need to wrap this container with the gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we need to pass the OnTap function. Okay, that's before the child. And it has to be on top. Let's write it here on top before we proceed so that we can see the changes as we make them. So it's going to be a final void function. So in our container, we need to have a padding. We're going to utilize symmetric, and we need to manipulate both horizontal and vertical. So our horizontal is going to be 20.w, and our vertical is going to be 10.h, and we need to pass the height. Our height, we have to use the height that we have in our constants, and we have to multiply it by 0.15. After our height, we need width, and our width is going to be width, and we need color. It's going to be a light gray here. That's our vertical tile. Let's save the changes here so that we can see. So this is our vertical tile. We need to add the design in there. So first we need a child, and our child is going to be a column. In our column, let's call the children first, and then we need to have main axis alignment. Our main axis alignment is going to be space between, and we're also going to utilize cross axis alignment, and our cross axis alignment is going to be start. In our children, we are going to have a row widget, so we need to utilize main axis alignment, and it's going to be main axis alignment dot space between. So we need children. Our first child is going to be an image, so we need a circular avatar here. In our circular avatar, what we need a background color, so we are going to use light gray. Let's give it a radius. We're going to give it a radius of 30, and we're going to have a background image. So first, we're going to utilize assets image. When we work on our backend, then we are going to utilize network image. So let's just write a path. I'm going to use the same image that I used for the job horizontal tile. So we have our image there. After this avatar, we need a width spacer. So our width spacer, we're going to give it a size of 10. After a width spacer, we need a column. In our column widget, we're going to require main axis alignment. Let's use main axis alignment dot start, and we are going to also require cross axis alignment, and it's going to be cross axis alignment dot start. Let's pass our children in here. After passing our children, we need to have our text widgets. So we're going to utilize the reusable text widget. Okay, let's format our code a little bit. Let's bring this reusable text down, and we'll bring this style down. So for our style, we're going to utilize app style, and the size is going to be 20. For our color, we're going to use a dark color, so it's kdark. And our font weight is going to be W600. And the text, let's just pass a random name for the company. So I'm going to go with the best tech. So down here, we need a size box. And in our size box, we need to give it a width. And in our width, we're going to pass width, and we're going to multiply it by 0.5. After that, now we need a reusable text widget as our child. So I'm going to copy this one from here, and I'm going to pass a child in here first, and I'll paste it in here. Let's get rid of the extra comma that we have. So here, it should be a job title. Let me just write Django developer. Okay, so here, before we proceed, we need to wrap this row in another row widget. After wrapping it, we need to move this main axis alignment to the row that we just created. Let's format our code. So after this column here, we need to pass a circular avatar. In this circular avatar, we're going to give it a radius, and we need to give it a radius of 18. After the radius, we need the background color, and let's give it a color of K-Light. Let's close this thing here. And we need to have a child. So our child is going to be an icon. So same as the icon that we have on top, we're going to utilize the same font. Let's try to import it first. Okay. We're going to use chevron/forward. Okay, so we keep it to 0.5 here. Let's try to reduce the size of the text, most probably to 18. So in this row here, we need the padding. So in our padding, we need to pass edge inserts. It's going to be edge inserts.only. We need to manipulate the left side. So here, we are going to pass left, and we are going to have an edge inserts left with the size of 12. So in our padding, we need to utilize the child property, and we need a row. In a row widget, we're going to utilize the children property. So we need to pass the text for the salary and the period. So let's have our reusable text widget here. Let's just go with 20K. And it has to be a string. Let's bring our app style. So our app style, let's have 23. Let's add a color. So our color is going to be K dark for our first child. And our font weight is going to be W600. So let's copy this widget and try to paste it down and make a few changes. But before we do that, we need to add a comma here. And we come to the bottom. So here, our period is going to be monthly. Here, our color is going to be gray. We've placed the widget in the wrong position. This is our padding widget. We cut it from here. Most probably, it's supposed to be in this column. So everything is coming out properly. So next, we're going to work on our job page. Let's come to our home screen. We need to change the icon here for Facebook and put the right icon. So we need to come to our home page. In our home page, we need to visit this job horizontal tile. In our horizontal tile, let's open this row up. And here we've added some corresponding assets to our needs. So here we have a facebook.png. So that's the one that we're going to use here. So we got Facebook over there. So now we need to change the one for the recently posted jobs. So let's go back to our home page. And here we have our vertical tile. In our vertical tile here, let's change the name to Slack here. We need to put an icon that is corresponding to Slack. So let's go to our images here. So we have this Slack new, but we are going to rename it. Let's rename it to Slack so that it won't be difficult to implement in our application. So let's close it down here. And we're just going to put slack.png. So now we have corresponding images to our tiles. Okay, so now we need to work on our job page. So we need to navigate to our job page. So our job page is in our lib folder. So we go to our lib folder, we go to views, we go to UI. In our UI folder, we go to jobs, and this is our job page here. So we need to import our job page. So let's visit our job page first. So in here, in our job page, we require two parameters. So the first one is going to be the job name. So I'm just going to call it a title. And the second one is going to be a job ID. And it's also going to be a string. So let's go back to our home and we need to pass these two. So the title, let's just pass a random name here. And then we'll change it when we work on our backend. And the ID, so let's visit our page. Our page should return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to require an AppBar. We're going to use our custom AppBar. So first we need preferred size and we need size from height, and we're going to use the same measurements as we used for the other AppBars. Let's cut the child from here and let's put it after the preferred size. So our child is going to be our custom AppBar. We are going to find it in our lib folder. We go to our views and in our common folder, here is our custom AppBar. Let's import the get package here, and we need to utilize the child property. So our child is going to be an icon, and we're going to use Cupertino. And we also need actions. We need to have a bookmark icon. They aren't supposed to be in here. They're supposed to be in our custom AppBar. So in our actions, we need an icon. We need to add text. So our text is going to come from our widget and it's going to be our title here. Let's wrap this icon in a padding. We only want to manipulate the right side. Let's give it a 12. Let's add cons here. So in our scaffold, we need to have a body. So our body is going to be wrapped around a padding widget. And in our padding widget require padding. We are going to use edge_insert.symmetric, and we are only going to manipulate the horizontal side, and we are going to give it a padding of 20. We need a child, and our child is going to be a stack. In our stack, we need to have children. So our first child is going to be a ListView, and let's set the padding of our ListView to edge_insert.0, and let's have our children. So our first child is going to be a height spacer, and let's give it a size of 30. After our height spacer, we're going to need a container. In this container, we're going to utilize the width property, and we're going to use the width that we have in our constant. And we also need height, and the height that we are going to use is the height from our constants, but we need to multiply it by 0.27. We also need a color, and we need to give it a grayish color. So we're going to use light gray here. Our container comes with the child property. So in our child, we are going to use a column widget. In our column, we're going to use main axis alignment, and our main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot center. Let's pass the children down here. So our first child is going to be a circular avatar, and in this avatar, we need the background image. So as we did before, first, we're going to utilize an asset image. When we've finished working on our API, then we're going to use network image. So for this one, we need to provide a path. After our circular avatar, we need a height spacer. Let's give it a value of 10. Down here, we need to have a reusable text widget, and we are going to need a title. For a title, we're going to require senior Flutter developer. We also need a style. So for style, we're going to utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 22. Let's give it a color. Here, our color is going to be KDark, and our font weight is going to be W600. Down here, we need another height spacer. and let's give it a size of 5. And we need another reusable text widget, so we're just going to copy this one from here. Let's bring it down. Let's paste it down here in our column. Let's add space so that we can read our code clearly. So here we need our location, like where the job is going to be. We need to reduce the size a little bit, so let's give it a size of 16, and we need to change the color to gray, and our font weight here has to be normal. So after the reusable text widget, we are going to need the height spacer. So in our height spacer, we need to have size of 15. And after that, we need a padding. In our padding, we are going to utilize agencies.symmetric. We need to manipulate the horizontal side. And let's give it a padding of 50. And down here, we need to utilize the child property. And in our child, we're going to pass a row widget. In our row, we need main axis alignment. It's going to be main axis alignment space between. And we also need to have children down here. And our first child is going to be a custom outline button. So we can find our custom outline button in our lib folder. We go to views and then we go to common. And this is our custom outline button here. So here, our job is going to be full-time. Let's give it a color. And our color is going to be an orange color. So we need to have orange here. We also need width and height. We are going to multiply the width that we have in our constants by 0.26. And we need height. Our height, we are going to also do the same. The height should be a small letter here. And we're going to multiply it by 0.04. Let's check the properties. Okay, we have a color tool. So the color tool is the one that we use to manipulate the background color of the widget. So we are going to utilize color tool also because we need to make the background white. So here, let's have light. In the same row, we need another row widget so that we can have our salary and the period. Let's come up here. Let's put a comma. In our row widget, we're going to need children. So our first child is going to be reusable text widget. In our reusable text widget, so first we just need the amount of the salary. So let's just say 10K. Let's bring our style at the bottom. Down here, we're going to need app style. So in our app style, we're going to have the size of 22 and our color has to be dark. And our font weight here, we need to make it W600. And as for our other widget, we're going to duplicate this widget here. And let's copy this widget, add a comma, paste it here. The salary is a monthly salary. So here, we need to wrap this reusable text widget in a size box so that we won't have an overflow issue when we change a device. So what we are going to do, we just need to wrap it in a size box and we need to give it a width. So our width is going to be the width that is in our constants times 0.2. So no matter the device, we won't have an overflow. So next we are going to work on our job description and the requirements, and then we're going to put on our apply button. So let's add const everywhere in the file. Let's close this padding here. So let's have a height spacer here. Let's give it a size of 20. After our height spacer, we're going to need a reusable text widget. Let's give it a name, not requirements, but it's going to be job description. After our job description, we need another height spacer and we have to give it a size of 10. And we need the text widget. In our text widget, we're going to need our string. After our string, we're going to need text alignment. Here we're going to use justify. We also need max lines. So we're just going to take max lines of 8. and we need the style, and we're going to utilize our app style. So our size is going to be 16, and our color is going to be dark gray. Here we're going to pass a value. Let's have our font weight, and it's going to be normal. So that's it for the job description. So I'm just going to have a random description in here. Going to pull our description from our app constants. So to go to our app constants, we go to our lib folder, we go to constants, app constants. This is our description, and we're going to do the same for our requirements too. So for our requirements, we have a list string with the name requirements. So here we have our list of requirements. So we're going to pull these, and as soon as we work on our backend, then we are going to get rid of these values and pull data from our backend. So let's continue. We have our description here. So after this description, we need to add a height spacer. And we're going to give it a size of 20. After this height spacer, we need to have another reusable text widget. So let's copy this one from here. And it's going to be our job requirements. So let's add another height spacer after our requirements. We're going to give it a size of 10. After this height spacer, we're going to need a size box. Let's give it a height. And the height is going to be the height that we have in our constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.6. In this size box, we need to utilize the child property. And our child is going to be a ListView builder. So a ListView builder takes item builder and item count. So our item count, we have our job requirements in our app constants. So we are going to use requirements.length. And in our builder here, we need to pass the context and the index, and we are going to return a text widget. But before we return the text widget, let's have a final instance of our index item. So here, I'm just going to call it rec is equals to a requirements index. Take one item, we put it in there. So down here, we're going to use rec so that we won't write long lines of code. So here, after each and every requirement, we need to have a space before we display the next one. So we're going to use /n. Let's put a $sign over here. We also need to have max lines. So let's add style. We're going to utilize our app style here. Let's give it a size of 16. And we also need to give it a color. And our color is going to be dark gray. And we need to have a font weight, and it's going to be normal. We need to add text align. So our text align is going to be justify. Let's try to change the max lines. Okay, that will do. But we are going to add one more thing. We need to have a bullet at the beginning of each and every requirement. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a string here, and let's give it a name, bullets. So for us to utilize bullets in Flutter, we need to use U2022 to utilize bullets. This is how you get bullets in Flutter. So we're going to have this string down here. So here we need to paste it, and we need to add a $sign here. So we have our bullet there. We need to add a little bit of space. So that's how we get a bullet here. So now we need to add another height spacer after the size box. So let's have a height spacer down here, and let's give it a size of 20. And outside of this ListView builder, we are going to need an align. Align returns alignment, and in our alignment, we are going to use alignment.bottom-center, and we need a child, and our child here is going to be a padding. In our padding, we're going to use edge_inset.only. We need to manipulate the bottom side, and we need to give it a 20. Let's utilize our screen utils. After that, our padding also has a child property, and the child that we're going to use our custom button. Let's just go with the outline button. So first, our text is going to be apply now. And the color that we're going to use is K orange. We need to have width. So our width is going to be width here, and we need height. And our height is going to be 0.04. Let's give it 0.06. Okay, so in here, we need to have the color 2. And our color 2 is supposed to be orange. And this color here is supposed to be white. So we're going to use K light. So we have our button. Let's add physics in here. And we're going to use never scroll. Never scrollable scroll physics. Let's see how it looks. Okay, much better. So we are done work on our job page. So next, we are going to work on our profile. So let's close these. So in here, let's just call our onTap function. Let's leave it as null. Start working on our profile page. Let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's go to views. In our views, let's go to UI. In our UI, we have to open auth. And in our auth, let's open profile.dart. So right now, let's work on our profile. We have our AppBar already. So what we need to do, we need to have a body in our scaffold. So our body is going to be a list view. So in our list view, we need to get rid of the default padding. So we are going to require a padding here, and we're going to set it to agencies.0. So our list view has a children property, and our first child is going to be a container. In this container, we require width, and our width is going to be our width in our constants. And we require a height. And our height, we are going to multiply the current height that we have in our constant with 0.12. And we need to give our container a color. So our color is going to be K light. So we need to utilize the child property of our container. So our child is going to be a row widget. In our row widget, we are going to use main axis alignment. And our main axis alignment is going to be space between. Let's pass our children down here. So our first child is going to be a clip rect. So in our clip rect, we require border radius. And our border radius here is going to be circular. So border radius dot all. Here we are going to have radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius of 20. Our clip rect requires a child. So our child is going to be a cache network image. So our network cache image requires an image URL. So here we're going to paste a string. Let's run our app so that we can track the changes that we're making. So here we need width, and our width, we're going to have a width of 80. So let's pass our screen utils, and we need a height. And our height here is going to be 100. While our app is still building, let's continue. So here we're going to require a width spacer, and we need to give a size of 20 here. So our next widget is going to be a column. So in our column, we're going to require cross-axis alignment. And our cross-axis alignment is going to be start. And we are also going to require main axis alignment. And it's going to be main axis alignment dot center. So we need to have our children. So our first child is going to be our reusable text widget. So we need to give a name here. So let's just give it a random name. Let's just call the user John Doe. And we need to pass the style. We're going to utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 20. And we need to pass the color. And the color has to be black. So we are going to pass K dark. Our font weight is going to be W600. in this column, after the reusable text widget, we have to pass a row. So in our row widget, we're going to require an icon, but first we need to have children. So our first child is going to be an icon. And in this icon, we are going to utilize a font material icon. We need a location pin. Let's import Flutter vector icons. Let's check the changes as we make them. So here we need to visit our profile. Let's give it a color first. It has to be gray. After our icon, we need another text widget. So we're just going to copy this one from here and let's paste it down here. Before that, in between these two icons, we need a width spacer. So we have to give it a width of 5. Let's reduce the size of the location to 16. And let's change the color to dark gray. So in our row here, we need to pass another icon. So first, let's add a comma. And the icon that we're going to pass is going to be wrapped around a gesture detector. Let's have a child. And our child is going to be an icon. And this icon is going to be for editing. So we're going to use a font feather. And here, we're going to use an edit icon. Let's give it a size. And the size has to be 18 here. So let's wrap our list view in a padding. So here we have to use symmetric and we have to manipulate the horizontal side and we have to give it a padding of 20. Here we need to wrap our column and our clip rect in a row widget. So we're just going to select them both and we wrap them in a row widget. So we are done with that part. Let's close it. So after the container, we need a height spacer. And we need to give it a size of 20. We're going to have a stack. So our stack takes children. Our first child in a stack is going to be a container. In our container, we're going to require width, and our width is going to be our width, and we're also going to require height, and our height is going to be our height, and we have to multiply it by 0.12. Let's have a child. And in our child, we are going to utilize a row widget. So in our row, we're going to utilize main axis alignment, and it's going to be main axis alignment space between. So let's have our children. Our first child in this row is going to be a container. In our container, we're going to use the margin. In our margin, we're going to use edge inserts dot only. And we're going to manipulate the left side and we have to give it a margin of 12. Let's have our width. And our width is going to be 60. We need a height. And our height is going to be 70. We also need a color. So our color is going to be K-light. And we need to utilize the child property. In our child property, we're going to require an icon. So our icon is going to come from font awesome. Let's give it a color, and the color has to be a red color. So we're going to use colors.red, and we have to give it a size. We have to make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to have a size of 40 here. Let's get rid of the extra comma. Okay, so we have our PDF. After our container, we need a column. In our column, we're going to use cross-axis alignment, and our cross-axis alignment is going to be start, and we require children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. But before that, let's have main axis alignment here. In our main axis alignment, we're going to utilize main axis alignment dot center. And we need a style. So for our style, we're going to utilize the same. Let's give it a color. So our color is going to be kdark, and we need a font weight. So our font weight here is going to be W500. So in our column, we also need another text widget. So we're going to copy this one from here, and we paste it below. And we need to lower the size here to 16. Let's change the color to dark gray. Let's keep space between here. We need to just add a little bit of space. So our width spacer here, we're just going to give it a width of 1 so that we can have our text in the center. So we need our column with the text in the center. So we just need to add an extra widget. In this tag, we need a position widget. In our position widget, we need to have a property top, and we're going to give it a size of 2, and we need right. On our right, we need to have 5, and our child here is going to be a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we need to utilize the onTap function, and we need to have a child also. So our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So let's just take it from the top here and just copy these lines of code. Let's paste them down here. Let's change the texts. The text here is going to be edit, and the color we need to utilize orange. Our first container in this tag needs to have a color, so we are going to use light gray. And here we need to get rid of this gray so that we can have like a white PDF icon. Let's add const everywhere in the file. So let's go down. After our positioned widget, so let's just close this tag here. We're done working on it. Let's close this container. After our stack, we need a height spacer. Let's give it a size of 20, and let's have another container down here. In our container, we're going to require padding. So we're going to have agencies dot only. We need to manipulate the left side only, and we have to give it a padding of 8. Let's have our width. Our width is going to be our width, and we need a height. Let's multiply our height by 0.06. And in here, we need a color. So our color is going to be, we need to use light gray in here. So we need to have a child, and our child is going to be align text alignment. So we need to align our widget center left. And we also need to pass a child in here. And our child is going to be a reusable text widget. We're going to pass an email. Let's just write a random email. Let's have our app style down here. We're going to give it a size of 16. And the color has to be a black color. So we're going to utilize our kdark. Our font weight is going to be W600. So we are done with that. After this container, we need a height spacer. Our height spacer is going to be 20. And we need another container. So what we need to do, the container that we need after this height spacer is going to be similar to the one that we just written. So let's just copy paste here. So in here, we need a phone number. So before that, let's wrap this in a row. So in our row, we require to have SVG picture asset, and we have to write the path here. So in our assets, we have icon with the United States flag. So here we are going to just use USA.svg. Let's close it here, and we need to give it a width. Let's give it a width of 20. We also need to give it a height, and the height is going to be 22. We need to utilize our screen utils. Okay, we do have an error. So it's here, it's supposed to be icons. Let's add a little bit of space between the text and the flag. We need to utilize a width spacer. Let's give it a width of 5. 5 is too much. Let's go with 15. Let's add const here. So below the container, we're going to need another height spacer. Let's give it a size of 20. And we need another container. In this container, we don't require width, but we do require color. And we need to utilize the child property, and our child is going to be a column. In our column, we need to utilize cross-axis alignment, and it's going to cross-axis alignment dot start. We need to utilize our children. So our first child is going to be a padding widget. In our padding, we need to utilize edge inserts .o. Let's give it a value of 8. And our padding has a child property. And in our child, we're going to require a reusable text widget. Here, our string is going to be skills, because we need to put our skills. Let's utilize app style, and let's give it a size of 16. On our color, we're going to use kdark. Here, we need W600. So we have our skills there. In our column, we need a height spacer. Let's give it a height of 3. And after the height spacer, we need a size box. In our size box, we need to utilize height. We're just going to use height. Let's just go with 0.5. And our size box comes with a child property. So in our child, we're going to require a padding. So here we're going to use edge inserts, and we are going to manipulate both the horizontal and the vertical. So we are going to give it a horizontal of 8. And we're going to give it a vertical of 8 too. We need a child property. So our child is going to be a container. In our container, we require padding. Here, we're going to manipulate the horizontal side, and we need to give it a padding of 10. We also need width, and our width is going to be the width. We need height. Our height is going to be our height multiplied by 0.06. We need to add multiplication here. We need to give it a color. So here, our color is going to be K-light. Let's have a child. And in our child, we need a text widget. So in our text, we are going to require the skills. So let's just say Flutter and Dart. Let's give it a size of 16. And our font weight down here is going to be normal. Okay, so we need to cut this container from here. Since we're going to pass our skills as an array in our backend, so here we need to utilize the ListView builder. So in our ListView builder, we need item count. Let's give it a random number. Let's just say 5. And we need item builder. So our item builder is going to be our context and our index. And we need to retain the container that we just created. So here, we need to retain that container down here. So let's wrap our container in a padding. Let's visit our ListView builder and let's utilize the physics. Since our widget is scrollable already, we need to get rid of this scroll on the ListView builder so that if we scroll the whole page. We just don't scroll the skills only. We're done with the UI of our profile page. To change this item count to a list that we have in our app constants. So let's visit our app constants. Let's go to lib folder, constants, app constants. So we have a list here, a list string with the name skills, and we have a list of our skills. We're going to replace this list with a list that we have in our backend. But for now, let's just use this for our UI. So let's go to our profile. In our profile, we need to replace this 5 with skills.length. Let's create a final instance of our index here. Let's give it a name skill, and it's going to be skill index. Let's close it here. So down here, instead of passing Flutter and Dart, we're going to pass skill. So let's save it and see. So this is the list that we have in our app constants. So let's just go back to our app constants and cross check. So we have node, Java Springboard. So basically it's the same list. So we are done working on our profile page. Next, we need to work on our device management. So let's come up to this folder here. Let's open this file up. Let's close this. And let's navigate to our device management. In our device management, we have the AppBar already, meaning now we need to work on our body. So our body requires a parent widget, and we're going to use a SafeArea. We need everything to be within the screen. So a SafeArea will do us justice. In our SafeArea, we require a child, and our child is going to be a stack widget. In this stack widget, we're going to require children, and our first child is going to be a padding widget. In our padding widget, we need to utilize agencies.symmetrical, and here we are going to manipulate the horizontal side of it, and we need to give it a padding of 20. So let's bring the padding down here, and in our padding, we need to utilize the child property. So our child is going to be a column widget. In our column, we need to utilize cross-axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment is going to be dot start, and we need to have our children down here. So our first child is going to be a height spacer. So our height spacer, we're going to give it a size of 50. After our height spacer, we're going to need a text widget. So our text widget requires a string, and after that string, we are going to need style. So our style, we're going to utilize app style. Let's have our size as 16. So here, we need to have a dark color. So we're going to use kdark. And our font weight here is going to be normal. So after our text, we need a height spacer. So let's just copy this height spacer and change the size. So down here, we're going to have the same size. That's 50. And we need to create a widget, and the name of the widget is device info. So let's come up to our lib folder. In our device, okay, we have the widget, but it's empty. So let's create a stateless widget here, and let's call it device info. Let's import the material package. Okay, here it's supposed to be material. Okay, let's just put devices here, and let's import it. So let's go to our device and let's try to work on it. So our widget here is going to require some certain parameters. Most of them, they are going to be strings. Okay, so first we need location of where the user is logged in, and we are going to need the device, like what kind of device is the user logged in with. And we also need the platform, whether they are logged in using a mobile app or they are logged in using a browser. So here we need the platform. Down here we need another string, and we need the date they logged in with the particular device. We also need an IP address. So let's add our formal parameters here. So since we are done here, we're going to return a column. In our column, we're going to utilize the cross-axis alignment, and our cross-axis alignment is going to be cross-axis alignment dot start. So we need to utilize the children property, and our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So here we need to pass the platform first. After the platform, we need to add style to our text. So we're going to utilize app style, and the size is going to be 22. Let's have a color, and our color is going to be a black color. So we are going to use kdark. Here is supposed to be value, and our font weight is going to be bold. So here we need to copy this text from here, and we need to paste it down here. For this widget, we're going to put the device, like what kind of device they are logged in with. And down here, let's call our height spacer, and we need to pass the size of 15. And where below that, we need a row. In our row widget, we're going to utilize main axis alignment, and the main axis alignment that we're going to use is space between. After that, we need to have children, and our first child is going to be a column. Let's close this sidebar. We need to have a column in here. So in our column, we're going to need cross-axis alignment, and let's pass our children down here. So our first child is going to be a text. So let's paste this down here. Before we proceed, let's format our code here. So first we need the date, and we need to reduce the size to 16. And the color that we're supposed to pass down here is gray, and our font weight is going to be W400. We need to pass another text widget, and down here we need IP address. Size is going to be the same with the date 16, and the color is going to be the same. We need a gray color down here, and we need to change our font weight to W400 here. Let's try to save. Okay, so we need to pass these parameters in our device info page. So now let's finish working on our widget, and then we can implement it in our info device page. After this column, in our same row, we are going to need custom outline button. So we're going to require texts. So here we're going to have sign out. Let's paste here. Let's bring the text down, and let's bring the color down. So our color here is going to be orange. And we need to add height and width. So our height is going to be the height that we have in our constant, and we multiply it by 0.05. And we need a width. Our width, we need it to be the width of the device times 0.3. So let's go to our device info widget. What we need to do, we need to import let's try to pass the date. Let's just use today's date. So to use today's date, what we need to do, we need to have a string up here on top. Let's give it a name, date is equals to datetime.now.string. So once we make it a string, we need to have another variable here. Let's just call it login date. Login date, we need to pass the date and we need to have a substring of this date. So we need a starting point and an ending point. So we are going to take from 0 to 11, the 11th character. Then we pass the date that we get from this substring to the login. So we copy this date here. We are going to put it here. That's our login date. So if we make a change here, so that's our date. So we want to just take the date without the time. So a device here, let's just write something random. So that's how our device management is going to look like. So let's say we have two devices logged into the same account. So here I'm just going to paste this here. So if you have two devices, that's how it's going to look. So here we can have an iPhone 14. We have a different location. We can say Brooklyn. And here, since it's a phone, we can say mobile app. Okay. So down here in our stack, we need to add another text. So here we're going to use our reusable text widget. Let's just say sign out of all devices. So the first thing that we need to add is the style. Utilizing our app style, our size is going to be 16. And our color here is going to be an orange color. So we need to utilize K-orange. And let's get our value down here. Our font weight is going to be W600. Okay, FW W600 here. So it's right on top. We need to bring it down at the bottom. So what we need to do to bring that text to the bottom, we need to wrap it in an align widget. So if we have an align here, we're going to utilize alignment. We bring it to the bottom center. So it's in the center. Now let's change this to a small letter. Let's wrap our line with the padding. Okay, let's utilize our screen utils property over here. Let's get rid of the const. After get rid of the const, this text has to be clickable. So what we need to do, we need to wrap it in a gesture detector. After wrapping it in a gesture detector, we need to have our onTap function. In our onTap function, we need to log out of the device and we need to navigate to our main screen. So first, what I'm going to do without adding, I'm not going to add much of the functionalities before the backend. So here, I'm just going to, let's just go to the onboarding screen. Let's add consts. So that's it for this page. If we click here, we're prompted back. And one other thing, before we do anything else, if we click it, we need to have our Zoom notifier. We need to change the state of our current index in our Zoom notifier provider. So what we need to do, we need to have a consumer. Let's wrap it in a consumer. We can just cut the whole widget here. Let's have a consumer here. Okay, so first we're going to wrap it in a login consumer. Login notifier. Login notifier, what we need to do, we need to paste this code here. Let's import the provider package. After we're done, let's go to the top of the widget here. We need to import the Zoom notifier. Okay, so now that we have our Zoom notifier, let's go here on tab. We need to set our current index to 0. So we imported our Zoom notifier and set the current index to 0 so that when we log back in again, we are not redirected to the last page that we are on. For example, we are on device management, that's like index 3. So like if we reset it to 0, when we are logging back again, we are redirected to index 0. So one other thing that we need to do on our, let's visit our onboard notifier. So let's go to lib folder, controllers. In our controllers, we have onboard notifier. So in our onboard notifier, we have this boolean flag. Initially is false, but when we scrolled the onboarding page, it was set to true. So we need to reset it back to false so that we can have our buttons and our onboarding screen can be scrollable. So what we need to do, we need to come up here and we need to import it so that we can use it. So let's have our onboard notifier here. So we need to utilize this onboard notifier down here. So we paste it here. Is last. Here we need to set it to false. Let's reset our application. Skip, login, come back to device management. In our device management, we need to log in. Then now we have a functional onboarding screen. So take note, when we work on the logout page, we need to set these parameters. So the first one is the Zoom notifier. The current index has to be set to 0, and the onboarding notifier is last page has to be set to false so that we can have a scrollable onboarding screen. That's the first, and we can have the widgets down where we can press next or skip to the last. That we're done creating our device management page, what we need to do, we need to come back to our home screen. In our home screen, we need to work on our search page, because like if we click here, our page is empty. So what we need to do now, let's go to our lib folder, go to our views. In our views, let's visit our UI. We have a search folder here. In our search folder, let's visit our search page. So in our search page, we need to replace this container with a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to need an AppBar, and for this AppBar, we are going to use a new AppBar. We're not going to use the one that we were using before. So first, what we need icon theme, and for our icon theme, we are going to take icon theme data, and here we need to set the color, and our color is going to be a white color. So let's come here, let's have klight value here. So next, after setting our theme, what we need to do, we need to have a title, and in our title we need to have a custom field. So this custom field is a text form field that we're going to customize to meet our needs. So here, let's just call it a custom field. So we already have our custom field. So let's open it and see what we have in our custom field. So in our custom field, we have hint text, we have controller, we have validator, we have the keyboard. That's the same custom field that we've been using before. So here, we need to pass a text and we need to pass a controller. So let's come up here to the top. What we need to do, we need to create a text editing controller. So let's give it a name. So here we have different colors. Our AppBar and our custom field, they have different colors. What we need to do, we need to give color to our AppBar. So here, AppBar, we need to have a background color. So our color is going to be orange. So now it's uniform. Here, let's come to our hint text. Okay, let's just say search for a job. In our custom field, we need a suffix icon. So we have a suffix icon. So our suffix icon is going to be wrapped around a gesture detector. So first, we need to call our gesture detector, and we call the onTap function. In our onTap function, first, let's just pass an empty function. And in here, we just need to set state. So like each and every time that this suffix icon is clicked, then we need to set state. So let's come here and then just set state in here. So let's have our child. In our child, we're going to have an icon. And the font that we're going to use is InDesign. So we have our suffix icon over there. And let's set the elevation of our AppBar. We need to come down here and have an elevation. Let's set the elevation to 0. So that's it. And for our scaffold requires a body. So since we don't have our back end yet, what we need here, we need to have a center widget. In the center of our page, we need to just pass an image and a text. So in our center, we're going to require a child, and this child is going to take a column. In this column, we are going to have children. So the first child that we're going to have is a padding, and in this padding, we're going to pass edgeinsets.all, and we are going to give it a value of 20. Let's utilize our screen utils. After that, we need to pass a child in here. So our child is going to be an image. So it's going to come from our assets, and we need to pass the path here. So let's write the path. So our image is going to be optimized search. We have an image in our assets folder with the name optimized search and PNG file. Okay, so here, what we need to do, let's remove this center from here, or remove the column and pass the center. So in here, let's wrap this image with a column, and then we need to pass a reusable text widget down here. In our reusable text widget, what we need to do, we just need to have a text, and let's pass the app style. But first, let's bring the style down and pass the app style. So we need a size. The size, let's go with 20 at the beginning, and let's give it a color. And the color that we're going to need is going to be a dark color. So we're going to go with KDark. And for our font weight, we need our text to be bold. So we are going to give it a bold. Okay. So we need to use main axis alignment. So here we can remove the center. Now let's give it a little bit. Start searching for jobs. Let's write it like that. Let's put a capital here. Let's increase the size a little bit. Let's make it 28. 28 is too large. Let's make it 24. Okay, that'll do. So before we start working on our backend, we want to make sure that everyone has an environment to work with Node.js. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to our browser, and in our browser, we just open a new tab. We're going to type nodejs.org. So we need to go to Node.js website. Once you're on Node.js website, there are two versions in their home screen. So the first one is the LTS version, and the second one is the current version. So for me, I recommend you to go with the LTS version. So you need to download. You can download either of the both. But for me, I'm going to go with the LTS version. You just press download and you wait a couple of minutes depending on your internet speed. Once it's done downloading, you have to go and open where you downloaded the file. So for me, I've put my file on the desktop. So I'm going to open the file. After opening the pkg file, an installer will pop up. So what you need to do, you need to press continue again, and you need to agree to the license. After agreeing to the license, you have to specify the location of where you want to install, but the best way is to just keep it in the default directory, and you press install, and you're prompted to enter your password. After you enter your password, then you press install. So for me, I'm not going to install again because I have Node installed already. So I'm going to press cancel here. After installation, we need to verify whether Node is installed on our Mac or not. So we need to come to the terminal. When you're in the terminal, you need to type a command node-v and you press enter. So this is the version of Node that I have on my Mac. So it might be different from yours depending on the time that you installed. And after verifying our node, we need to verify npm version also. So we need to type npm-v. And this is the npm that I have on my Mac. And we need to upgrade the npm version. To upgrade npm version, we need to type a command also. You have to type the command sudo npm install npm -- global. And then you press enter. And then your npm will be updated. So we are done. So we need to check our npm version again. So now we are on 9.6.6. So our npm has been updated. So now we can work with Node. So we're just going to run a quick test. So I'm going to type Node here. I'm going to run a simple. So our Node is working fine. After installing Node.js and upgrading your npm, you'll be ready to work on the backend. The next thing that we need to do, we need to download the starter code from the link below. After downloading the zip file, you need to unzip the file. So I've unzipped the file already and I've put the contents of the file on my desktop. So if you open the folder, these are the files that you can see in the file. We have controllers, index.js, middleware, models, package.json, and routes. So I'm going to go ahead and open this folder in our VS Code. So in our VS Code, we need to go to open, and my folder is on the desktop. So I need to open the folder. So if you open the folder in our VS Code, this is the code that you will see. So first, let's introduce the folder structure. So we have controllers. The controller folder contains implementation of route handlers. These functions are responsible for handling incoming requests, processing data, interacting with models or database, and send back appropriate response. The controller functions receive the request object and response object as parameters and use them to perform necessary tasks. So let's go ahead and introduce our middleware. In our middleware, this folder is used to store functions or middlewares that handle request processing logic. Middleware functions are evoked in the request response lifecycle and can perform tasks like passing data, authenticating users, logging, error handling. For example, here in our middleware, we have a verified token. So we are going to use verified token to verify whether the token that is being passed from auth headers is valid or not. The next folder that we have models. A model contains files that defines the data structure of our application. So for example, in our application, we are going to have users, messages, jobs, chat, and bookmarks. So these are the models that we are going to be creating and using in our application. And our routes folder, in our routes folder is where we define the routes of our application. A route maps an HTTP requests, for example, a GET request, a POST request, a put and delete to a specific URL, and specifies the controller that should be executed when that route is matched. For example, in our auth.js here, this is our router, and it's a post method, and this is our endpoint. This is the controller that we are going to be using, and this is the function that is executed whenever this route is being called. So let's go ahead and introduce our index.js. in our index.js, first importing our Express. Since we're going to be using Express as our framework for this REST API, we need to import the module. So Express allows us to easily handle HTTP requests. And down here, we need to create an instance of our Express application. And we need to define the port at which our application is going to be running. So here we have the root URL for our application, and the response that we're going to get if we run this application now is hello the best tech. We are going to be listening to our app on port 3000, and we are going to console log this message in our terminal. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our package.json and see the packages that we have. So first here we have a name, the version of our application, and the description. You can put anything that you like. Our main file is going to be our index.js. And in our scripts, we're going to use start. And here we're going to use nodemont to reboot our application. So in here, in our scripts, we write start nodemont index.js. And in our dependencies, we have body parser, crypto.js, .env, express, JSON web tokens, mongoose, nodemon, and sockets.io. So let's go ahead and install our dependencies. So to install our dependencies, we need to open the terminal and run the command npm I and press enter. So after installing our packages, we'll have an extra folder in our root directory, and the name is going to be node modules. So this might take a little bit of time. So here we have our folder with our dependencies, node modules. So let's go ahead and try to run our server. So we need to come back to our terminal. Let me just clear the terminal. So to run our server, we need to run the command npm start. So our server is running on port 3000. So let's go to our browser and just run a GET request. We're going to call localhost 3000 since we are running our application on localhost 3000. So if we run our application on localhost 3000, if we make a GET request, this is the message that we are going to see on our screen. So if we go ahead and change this message, for example, I'm just going to write Andre here and save. So our application has restarted. So we go back to our browser. If we refresh here, we are going to get hello Andre. So our application is running fine. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and move this port to our .env file and basically have an introduction of how .env files work in Node.js. We need to install .env first, but we have already installed, so we don't need to install it. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to import our .env. So we come up here and we import our .env. So here we are going to require .env. .env is a popular used package to load environment variable from a .env file into Node.js. Environment variables are commonly used to store sensitive data. For example, our port, Mongo URL, let's just say database URL, our secret code, something that we don't want to hard code in our application. For instance, if you were to put this code on GitHub, we don't want our secret codes to be in our repository. So we are going to use .env to store our secret values. The first thing that we need to do is to create a .env file. We are going to create in our root directory. So we have our .env file here. After creating our .env file, to use our .env file, we need to call a method .env config. So this method allows us to load variables from a .env file, and we have a syntax that we use to get variables from a .env file. So here, I'm just going to write a comment. so that we can see the syntax of code that we use to get the variables from our .env file. So to get variables from our .env file, we have to use this line of code. So here we are just going to have a variable name. So a variable name can be anything. So the first thing that we need to do, just to give an example, we need to remove this port from here, and we need to get our port in our .env file. So I'm going to write it as port. Here I'm going to change it to 5001, and I'm going to save here. So when we come here, we need to replace this port with the port that we've just defined in our .env file. So to do that, we are going to use this syntax to get our port from our .env file. So here we write process.env and we need to get the port. We need to write it as it is in our .env file. So here it's in caps. As good practice, we need to provide another alternative, another port. If that port is not found in .env, we should provide another port. So here we're going to have 5001. So first, when we run our server, it's going to go to our .env file and take the port from there. And if this port is not found, and then go on to run on this port here. So just to make a difference, let's make this 5002, and we need to console log the port at which the application is running. So let's save here. Let's go back to our terminal. Press Ctrl+C. Let's clear our terminal. After clearing, we need to run npm start. So our app is running on port 5001, which is the port that we just defined in our .env file. So we're able to access our .env file. Let's try to remove this code from our .env file, and let's just save. Our app is still running, so definitely it's using 5002. So we need to come up to our browser and try to make a GET request on localhost 5002 to see whether we can get a response. Let's have 5002. And we're getting the same response. So we need to provide an alternative port. If the port that we've defined in our .env file is not found, then our application will go ahead and use an alternative port that we've just provided. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's bring back our port here and save. Let's go back to our application. So our application is up and running on 5001. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to connect our application to our database. We are going to start by creating an Atlas account. So to do that, let's go to our browser. And in our browser, we need to type mongodb.com. So if you don't have an account, you have to come up here and press try free. So MongoDB gives you two alternatives. It's either you can create an account using your email address, or you can sign up using Google. So I have an account already. So I'm just going to press sign in. After pressing sign in, this is the page that you are prompted to. So I'm going to sign in into my account. So this is my Atlas dashboard. In our Atlas dashboard, we need to create a new project. So we come up here, we create a project, and we have to give it a name. So we're going to just go with Job Hub DB. Let's press next. And we leave everything as it is. And we create a project. After creating a project, you are prompted to this screen. So in this screen, we need to do a few things. The first thing that we need to do before building our database is to create a database user. So to create a database user, we need to go to database access, and we need to add a new database user. So we need to provide a name for our user. And we need to create a password. So I'm going to input a password here. And after entering our username and our password, we need to provide the rows the user is going to have. So you press add row, and here I'm just going to go with Atlas admin, and I'm going to add user. So this is the user that we've just created. So let's go to the next process, which is to create network access. We need to access our database. So to access our database, we need to provide an IP address on which we are going to access our database. So let's add IP address here. So we want to access our database from anywhere. This is the IP address that we are going to be provided with, which is 0.0.0.0/0. So we need to press confirm. After confirming, now we can access our database from anywhere. The next thing that we need to do, now we need to create our database. So we go and press database. We want to build a database here. So since we're just working on a small project, we are going to go with the free tier. But if you want to go for something paid, you can go for M10 or serverless. It's your choice. And down here, we have our service providers. We have AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure. So I'm going to go with AWS, and I'm going to choose the default location. And down here, you need to provide the name of your cluster. You can leave it as it is, but I'm going to just provide a name, and it's going to be Job Hub DB, and I'm going to create. After our cluster has been created, we are prompted to this screen. So here we already have our username, and we need to set up a cloud environment. And down here, we need to provide the IP address, and we've already set up an IP address. So here we have our IP address. So we just need to come down here, press finish and close, and go to database. So this might take a little bit. So we have to wait for it to finish loading. Then we can connect our database to our application. So once it's done, we need to press connect, and here we need to go to access your data through tools, and here we have to choose the third choice, which is MongoDB for VS Code, and we need to press. So here we need to copy this URL. Once we copy the URL, we just press close, and we go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, we need to come to our .env, and we need to give a variable name to our database URL. So I'm just going to call it Mongo URL here. And I'm going to paste our URL here. So here you need to provide the password that you entered to your user. After you've entered the password, you go back to your index.js. So the first thing that we need to do here, we need to import mongoose. Const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. So once we've created an instance of our database here, we need to connect our database. So to connect to our database, let's come down here. After our .env config method, we need to connect to our database. So we need to write mongoose.connect. We are going to get our URL from our .env file. So we need to use this syntax here to access our database. So here I'm going to write process.env. And here I need to write the name that I've given to our Mongo database URL. In this instance is Mongo URL. So this function is a promise. So we need to console log something if the database is connected, and if it is not connected, we need to know the reason why the database is not connected. So if the database is connected, we need to just console log something. So let's just say db connected. If it is not, we need to know why the database is not connected. So here we need to catch the error, and then we need to console log the error here. So let's go ahead and try to connect to our server and see whether we can connect to our database or not. So to do that, let's go back to our terminal. So here, I'm going to put, let's stop our server first. So we need to press Ctrl+C. Let's clear our terminal. The next thing, we need to run our server. So to run our server, we're going to write the code npm start. So our DB has successfully connected. If the DB is connected, we are console logging DB connected. So this is the same message that we are getting on our terminal, in our terminal here. So that means our DB has been connected. So this is how we create a MongoDB account, create a database, and access the database in our Node.js application. So now that we're done connecting our application to our database, we can go ahead and create the models that we need for our application. So first, we're going to create a user model. In our user model, in order for us to create the models, we need to create an instance of our database. So here we're going to write this code: const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. So let's create our first model. So our first model is going to be a user model. So here we need a user schema. So our schema is a Mongo schema. So in here, we need to write the variables that we need. So first, in our user, we're going to require a username. So we need to define the type. So our username is going to be a string and it's going to be required. So we need to set required to true. And our username has to be unique. So we need to set unique to true. So let's create our next variable, which is the email. So for a user to sign up, they need to provide their email. And we need to provide the type here. The type is also going to be a string and is going to be required. So we need to set required to true. And the email has to be unique so that we won't have the same user using the same email to create multiple accounts. So unique has to be true. We also need a password. So our password is going to be of type string and is going to be required. So we need to set required to true. So password doesn't need to be unique. We also need location, the location of the user. Our location is going to be of type string and we have to set required to false. So here we need to have a boolean is admin. So the type here is going to be boolean and we have to give a default value. So by default is going to be false. When a user creates an account, by default, when a user is creating an account, its default is set to false. If the user is admin, then most probably you need to go and set this value manually. We need another boolean value here. So if you want to go ahead and have agents on your application and give them access to upload jobs on your application, you need to set this boolean value to true, but by default it's going to be false because you might have people who are just looking for jobs who are not looking forward to upload jobs. So you can go ahead and set this value to true if required. And we are going to need skills. So our skills are going to be an array. So let's set the type to array here. By default, it's going to be false. And we need our profile. So a user needs to provide an image. So this needs to be of type string. So let's set required to true. And we are going to give a default image when a user create an account. So you can go ahead and look for an image icon and put it in here. So for me, I'm going to put my URL in here. So this is going to be my default user profile. Whenever a user creates a profile and this is sent to our database as the URL, and whenever the user is going to sign up, they are going to update this field and we put their image here. So after this is done, we need to come down here. We need to export this model so that it can be used in other files. We need to export moji.export. So we're going to export. And in here, we need to give a name to our model. So our model is going to be a user model and is going to use a user schema. If you don't include this line in your model, then your model won't be accessible in other files. Let's take, for example, we want to use this model in our controllers here, in our auth controller. If we don't export the file, then it won't be accessible in this file here. So this is required for each and every model that we create. So we need to create our next model. So let's just copy this model here. The next model that we're going to create is a job model. So let's paste this here. We need to rename this to job schema, and let's get rid of everything in here. So for our job model, we're going to need some certain parameters. So the first one that we need the title to our job. So our title is going to be of type string and is going to be required. It doesn't need to be unique, so you can have multiple jobs with the same name. And down here, we need the location of the job. If the job is in a particular place, that location needs to be provided. So here we have our location is type string and required is set to true, and it doesn't need to be unique. We might have different jobs in the same location, and we need the company that posted the job or that's employing for that particular job. So the company is required and is going to be of type string, and we need the description of the job, and it's also going to be required. And we need the salary type string and is going to be required also. The salary, okay, let's say it's 10K. The salary is 10K per year, per month, per week. So we need to provide the period here. So the period is going to be of type string and is going to be required. So we need to have another value here, and it has to be contract. So we have to define whether that job is part-time, full-time. So it's going to be of type string and is going to be required. And when we're uploading, we need to have requirements, like what kind of skill sets does an applicant has to have to apply for a particular job, and the type is going to be an array. Required is going to be true. We need an image URL for the company, and it's going to be of type string, and it's also going to be required. So we need to set required to true. And down here, we need agent ID. Agent ID is used to identify the person who uploaded the job. Let's take, for example, where you have multiple agents on your platform. So you need to identify the person who's uploading the job. So you need their ID here. So we need to provide the type, and the type is going to be Mongo schema type, and here is going to be object ID. We need to provide the reference for the schema, and the reference for the schema is going to be our user model, and required, we have to set it to true. So down here, we need to have a timestamp, and we need to provide the time. The timestamp has to be here. Our timestamps, we have to set it to true. So we have to do the same for our user model. So let's copy this timestamp here, and we go and paste it in our user model because we didn't do that. So here we need to provide our timestamp. So we are done creating our job schema, and we have exported our job schema. So the next model that we're going to create is the bookmark model. So let's just copy this model here. We select everything, and we come to our bookmark, and we're going to paste everything here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to rename this. We need to name it to bookmark schema. Let's copy this bookmark schema. Let's paste it here. And we need to change the name from job to bookmark. Let's save. So in our bookmark, we are going to require the job, the ID of the job. So here we're just going to set it as a string, and it's going to be required. And we need a user ID. We need the title of the job, and we're going to require image URL for the job, the company, and the location. So let's get rid of these values that we don't need in this schema. So we are done with our bookmark schema. We're going to use these schemas first. After we are done with these schemas, we are going to go ahead and create our message and chat schemas a little bit later. So now that we're done creating our models, we need to create our first user. So to create our first user, we're going to write our code in our controllers. So let's go to our controllers folder, and here to create our user, we are going to use our auth controller. So we need to open auth controller. In our auth controller, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance of our user model. So we come up here on top, const user is equals to require. We are going to require our user model. So in here, we need the path to our user model, and it's going to be user model here. And we need to export our functions so that we can use them in our route. So we need to write module.export. So we need to put all our functions in here. So the first function that we are going to create is create user, and this function is going to be in asynchronous. It is going to require a request and response. So in here we are going to write our function. So here we need a new user. So to create a new user, we need data from the user. So the first thing that we need username, and our username is going to come from request.body parameter. So the parameter that we are going to map this username to is request.body username. We also need an email. So here we need to map it to an email. And we need a password, and we need to map this password to password. Since we're going to be writing data to our database, we need a try-catch block in here so that we can be able to handle errors, if any occur, whilst we are trying to write data to our database. In our try, we are going to save the user. So here we have to await the user to be saved in our database, and then we return the response. So here we are saving new user. We have to call the save method here, and we have to return the response. And our response, we're going to send a response and a status code. So our status code is going to be 201 for a successful create. So here we're going to send JSON data, and the data that we're going to send is this saved user here. So if there's an error, we are going to send a response status of 500. And our JSON data is going to be the error that we catch here in our try catch block. So that's the one that we are going to send. So that's all when we are trying to create. So to use this create user function, we are going to need to pass it to the route. So here in our router, we go to our routers auth.js, and we are going to require the router from our express. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have our router for registration first. So here we require router. Our first is going to be a post method. So we need to specify, and we need to give an endpoint. So our endpoint here is going to be register. After our endpoint, in our router, we need to specify a controller. So if we just write auth controller here, it's imported to the top. So let's cut it from here, and let's put it down here. So we are going to require auth controller here, and we need to specify the function that we need to run. So the function that we need to run is create user. So this is all for our registration, and we need to export the router here so that we can use it in other files. So after this, we need to come to our index.js. In our index.js, we need to import the router. So to import the router, we need const, and we need to give it a name. Okay, let's call it auth router, and it's going to come from a specific path. We need to define the path here. So our path is going to be routes. In our routes, we need to access auth. So down here, we need to get rid of this app.get, specify our endpoints. So we are going to define an endpoint for our auth router. So here we use app.use, and we need to give the endpoint first. So to access our endpoint, we're going to use API / and we need to use our auth router here. So on top, for us to be able to work with JSON data, send a response in form of JSON data, here we need to use express JSON. So here we have our base URL, and we have this endpoint, and we have register. So for example, we want to register, right? So our endpoint is going to be localhost 5001, and to access the auth router, we're going to write this endpoint first. And if we go in here and visit our auth router, here is going to be register. Here we need to have register. So this will be our endpoint, and it will be a post request. So to test our application, let's start our server. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our terminal, and we have to run the code npm start. So it seems like we have errors here. The first error that we have is like cannot find module route auth. So let's go to our index. In our index, we come here, we need to remove this one dot. It has to be ./routes/auth, and let's stop our server. Let's clear our terminal, and let's try to run it again. we have another error. The error is like schema hasn't been registered for user model. So let's go to our user schema, to our user model. So this is our user model. Let's go here. When we exported our user model, we made a mistake here. So we need to get rid of this part. So it has to be user, then user schema. And we need to save our model. So our app is running again. It's running fine. So let's just try to clear the terminal here. So before we proceed, let's go to all our models and correct the error. So here, it has to be bookmark schema, and we've created the job. So here it's supposed to be a job schema. So we've gotten rid of the errors in our models. So let's run our application and then try to create a new user. So we need our terminal, npm start, and our app is running. So what we need to do now, we need to try to create a user. And to do that, we are going to need Postman. So if you don't have Postman installed on your Mac, I'm just going to run you through the process of installing Postman, and then we create our user. To be able to make API calls, we need Postman. So we're going to go through the process of installing Postman on Mac and Windows. So first, let's install on Mac. So on a Mac, you need to go to your browser, and in your browser, just open a new tab and type postman.com. So once you are on the home screen, you need to go to download the desktop app. So here we need to download for Mac. So they have two options. The one is for Mac Intel chip and the other one is for Mac Apple chip. So mine is an Intel chip. So I'm going to click download. So this might take time. So I've already downloaded the file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the file here. So the file is going to be extracted. So we have our Postman application. So we need to move this Postman application to our applications folder. After moving to our applications folder, you can access it in your applications, go to Launcher and open Postman. So you need to sign in. So after signing in, you need to create a new collection. So let me just delete this collection here so that we can create a new one together. So you need to come up here and create a new collection. And we need to give our collection a name. So the name of our collection is going to be Job Hub. And in our collection, we need to add a new request. So whenever you add a new request, you have to give a name. So first we have to create a register request, and it has to be a post request here. And we are going to be calling it on localhost. This is 5001, and we need to access API endpoint, and here is going to be register. So after you've written your endpoint here, what you need to do, you need to come down here and come to body. In our body section, you select raw here, and you come here, you need to choose JSON. So in our JSON, to create a user, we're going to require a username. And we have to provide our username here. We also need an email. And we have to provide our email here. And we also need a password, and we have to provide our password. So our username, let's just go with Andre, and let's just set a random password here. So after this, we can be able to send a request to our backend. So we have successfully created our user, but we have some problems that we have to fix along the way. That is the password. So our password has to be encrypted each and every time we send a request, or each and every time that we create a new user. We have to encrypt the password, and we don't have to show our password here. We just have to show the encrypted password. So let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we need to access our MongoDB so that we won't be going to the browser and coming back to check whether the data has been written in our MongoDB. So what we need to do, we need to go to extensions. And in extensions here, we need to look for MongoDB for VS Code. That comes on top. We need to install it. After installing MongoDB for VS Code, it will appear on our bar here. So we need to click and we need to add connection. We need to add connection, and here we need to provide a string to our database. So to find our string to our database, let's go to our .env. So in our .env, we have our URL to our MongoDB. But first, before we copy our URL, when we pasted the code here, we didn't provide the name of the DB. We didn't put this. So our URL was just like this. So if we put our URL like this, MongoDB is going to create a database for us. And that database will have the name test. We don't want that. So we have to provide a name. So here I'll go with Job Hub. And let's go back to our MongoDB for VS Code, and we need to add a connection. Here we press connect, and we have to paste our URL here to our DB. So this is our database URL, and we press enter. You can close this. So our database is connected in our VS Code. So we need to check the user that we just created, whether it's in our database or not. So this is our database, and this is our collection users, and these are the documents in our database. So I've created 2 users before. So let me check. So our last user is the user that we just created. So here we have our data in our VS Code. So we don't have to go to Atlas dashboard to see whether we've created a user or not. We just need to come to our MongoDB for VS Code and check the data. So that's all if you want to connect your MongoDB in your VS Code. Next, we're going to see how we can handle passwords. So there are several ways to handle passwords. So let's go to our package.json. We have crypto.js. We're going to use crypto.js to handle our passwords, to encrypt and decrypt our passwords so that we won't have an unencrypted user password in our database. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to where we've written our function. That's in our controllers, auth controller. In our auth controller here, we're going to require crypto.js. So here we need crypto.js. So to encrypt our password, we have to follow a particular pattern. So let's go to our browser. In our browser, we need to visit cryptojs.gitbook.io docs. So once we've reached our crypto.js documentation, we need to find a hashing key. So in this application, we are going to use AES to encrypt our password. So we need to copy this so that we can encrypt our password. So let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, let's just paste what we've copied. So first we need encryption. We need to get rid of the encryption part. So here we need this part only. We need this part. Let's comment it and make changes to it. So we need to encrypt this request body password. So let's copy it, and we need to replace this message with request body.password. And we need a secret phrase so that we can encrypt our password. So this secret phrase, it's a secret. So we need to put it in our .env file. So let's come to our .env file and let's create a new variable here. We are going to call it secret. You can call it whatever you want as long as you remember the name. So our secret is going to be Job Hub 2023, we need to use env file here, our env variable. So to do that, we're going to need process.env, and here we need to write the variable that we need to access. In this case, it's going to be secret. So this variable has to be exactly the same with the variable that we have in our .env file. So we are done. So we need to copy this here, and we need to replace the request.body.password with our encrypted password here. And it has to be set to string. So to test whether our encryption is working, what we are going to do, we are going to create another user. So we need to go back to our Postman and create another user, and then we can check our password in our MongoDB, whether we are going to receive the password as it is, as we entered in our request body, or we are going to get an encrypted password. So let's go to our Postman and create a new user. In our Postman, we need to create a new user. Let's give this new user a name, Andre King II, and we are going to use a different email. The password, it can remain the same. So here we need to check the response as we send the request. Once we get the response, we need to check our password. This response is for the user that we created first, and the password is visible. We don't want that. We don't want our password to be visible. So let's go ahead and send this request. Now we have our encrypted password here. So when we store this data in our database, this is what we get. We don't get a user password as they have written it. So we need to encrypt the password so that we can store it safely in our database. So let's go back to our VS Code. And in our VS Code, we need to go to our MongoDB for VS Code. We need to refresh our documents. So we have 4 documents. This is the new user that we just created, the last document. Here, we want to compare the last document with the third document, so we can have them side by side. So this is the first user that we created, and the first user, we have a password as it was written in our request body. And now that we've encrypted our password, this is the password that we get. We get an encrypted password. So that's all if you want to encrypt the password and store it in our database. Next, we are going to try to log in a user. So to log in a user, we need to create a new function in our auth controller. So let's go to our controllers, auth controller. We need to create a new function, and we are going to give it a name, login user. And it has to be asynchronous. And it will take a request and a response. And down here, we need a try-catch block. And in our try-catch, the first thing that we need to do, we need to find a user. So we are going to find a user using the email that a user is going to pass in their request.body. So we need to find a user. We need to find a user by email. So in here, we need to input the field that we need to use to find that user by. So here it's going to be request.body.email. So you can do the same if you want to find a user by username. Here you can just say username. So you'll be using the parameter that you get from the request. If here it's username, it has to be username here. If you're using username, then the username field will be used to find that user. But since we can have multiple users with the same name, it's difficult for us to use a field that is not unique in our system to find a user. We need a unique field like an email so that we can find a user. Here, we need to check if not user. If the user is not found, then we need to pass status 401. So here, we're just going to say wrong login details. Let's capitalize the W here. So if a user is found, what we need to do, we need to decrypt the password first. We need a decrypted password variable. So let's just copy this string from here. And we're going to modify it a little bit. Let's paste it down here. So here we need to decrypt. We don't need to encrypt. So here we need decrypt. So our password is not coming from request body, but it's coming from the user. So we need to change this request.body.password to user.password. After decrypting, we need to make that password a string. So we need another variable here. Let's just call it dpass. So here we need to use this variable that we just created on top, and we need to set it to string. And in here, we need to use cryptojs.enc.utf8. So once that is done, we have our password. We need to check whether this password is the same as the password that a user is inputting in their request.body. So to do that, we're going to need this variable. So if it is not equal, we need to send back a response with the status code 401. And we need to send back a message to the user. So here we're just going to say wrong password. Let's make this lowercase. If the password is equals to the one that is provided, now we need to send back a response to the user. So our status code here will be 200. And we need to pass back the data. So here we are going to pass the user. If there's an error, we need to send back a status code. And here we are going to pass status code 500. So let's try to log in a user and then make other changes as we go. So first, to be able to access this login function, we need to come to our routes. In our routes, let's go to auth. So here we need to create another route for our login. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. It's going to be a post request. And here we need to change the endpoint. So our endpoint is going to be login. So if you are making this request, we are going to need auth controller, and the function that we are going to run is login user. So now we can be able to make a call to this endpoint and log in a user. So let's see whether our application is running or not. Let's open our terminal. Our application is not running, so we need to start our server. So let's clear our terminal. To run our server, npm start. We don't have any errors. And we are connected to the database. So now we can be able to make requests to our backend. So let's go to our Postman. So here we are going to require these two. We're going to require email and password to log in. So we need to make a new request here. Now let's just duplicate the request that we have here. And let's rename it to login. Let's make it cap. It has to be a post request, and our endpoint has to change from login, from register to login, and it has to be lowercase. Let's add slash here. So in our body, we are going to need email and password. So let's try to log in and see whether we can get a response or not. So we've successfully logged in into our account. We need to use a spread operator because when a user log in, we are not supposed to return this password and some other details here. So we need to remove them from the data that we are sending to the user after they log in. So we are going to go back to our application and let's go back to AuthController. Here we're going to use a spread operator so that we can exclude some of the details that we don't want to send back to the user once they log in. We don't want to include the password and we don't want this value to be sent back to the user. We don't want created that. So we are just going to return, let's just call what we are going to return others. And here we need to include this, otherwise we'll return a lot of stuff that we don't require. We need to close here. After we've returned this, we need to send back these others to the user. So we are going to replace the user with the other. So this is the data that we are sending. So the data that we are sending, we are going to exclude the password. We are going to exclude this V, and we are going to exclude created it. So let's try to log in again and see the changes that we've made. So let's go back to our Postman. So in our Postman here, we've already logged in and we are getting all this. Let's log in and see whether we can get the data that we require. Yes. So this is the response that we are going to get if a user logs in. So we are going to get ID, username, email, is admin, is agent, skills, profile, and updated date. So like we can use an operator to exclude some of the values that we don't need to send back to the user. In our next section, we are going to see how we can use JW token. To work on our middleware, we need to go to the middleware folder and we need to go to this file, verifyToken.js. So in this file, we are going to require two things. We're going to require the user model, and we're also going to require our JSON Web Token. So we need to create an instance here, JWT. So in here, we require JSON Web Token. So now we can be able to use JSON Web Token. We need to create a function with the name verifyToken, because we need to verify a token when a request is sent to our backend. So let's just keep it simple. Give it a simple name, verify token. It is going to take a request response, and it's also going to take the next function here. And after that, we need auth headers. Okay, let's just call it auth header. And it's going to come from request.headers. Here we're going to call it token. We need to check this value first, this auth header, then we need to return our token. So in here we need to use a split function, and we are going to split where there is a space, and we'll get the first item after the space. We have a string. We need to get a substring from that string. So for example here, so our token usually comes like this, BRR, then we have our token here. So here we have a space between BRR and the token itself. So this space is the one that we defined, and we need to get the first object after the space, and that is going to be our token. We don't need the BRR and we don't need the space. We are just using this space as a reference to get our token here. So let me get rid of that. Once we get our token, we want to verify the token. We need our token in here. We need our secret from our .env. So here we are going to call process.env, and we need our JWT secret. So here, if there's an error, then we need to send a response to the user. First, we need the status, and our status is going to be 403. The message that we are passing is invalid token. Else request.user is equals to user. And for a start, let's just console log the user here, and we call our next function here. So we have if is not met, we need to send back a message also to the user. So it's this if statement here. So we need to have else down here. else we need to return response status .401, and we need a message. In here, we are going to say you are not authenticated. So we need to export this verified token so that we can use it in our other files. So down here, don't forget to add module exports, and then you need to pass what you need to export here. So the next thing that we need to do, so let's say we want to delete a file, let's say a bookmark, for example. We have a bookmark here. So a user, they have a unique bookmark that is assigned to them. So for a user to delete a particular bookmark, the ID they are using to delete a certain bookmark has to be the same with the ID in their token. So these two, they have to match so that they can perform an operation. So we need to create a middleware for that, because the first one that we created is just to verify a token. We are not getting inside to check whether the ID it's matching the user that's using an account. And the next one that we are going to create, we are going to check whether this user who've logged in using this token has the same ID as the ID signed in the token. So for that, we need another function down here. So we are going to call it verify and authorize. Let's just call it authorization here. So in here, we're going to require the same requests, response, and we're going to pass next. So first, we need to verify the token in here. So we are going to call our verified token. Once the token is verified, we need to check if the request user ID .id is equals to the request params ID, or after a user has met this criteria, then we are going to go on to run the next function. If they don't meet the required criterion, then we are going to send an error message. So here, if they met the requirements, we are going to go to the next. And if they don't, then we are going to tell them like, okay, you're restricted to perform this action. So in the example of a bookmark, as we have said before, like we have bookmarks assigned to each and every user. But that user doesn't meet the necessary requirements to perform a task, then we need to tell them, okay, you are not allowed to, or you are restricted to perform such certain task. So here we're going to have else. We need our response here, and it's going to be a status of 403. In our JSON down here, we need to pass a message, and we just say you're restricted from performing this task. Task or operation, the difference is the same. So you can choose the kind of message that you want to show to your user. So I'm going to save here, and I've made a typo here. So it's supposed to be verify, and we need to export this function. So I'm going to copy and paste it here. So if you want to go ahead and create more, then you can create more. But for now, I'm going to leave it like this. If there's need to add more, we'll revisit this middleware and we'll add more so that we can be able to verify certain people. Like for example, if you want to verify whether a person is an admin, then you need to make some few changes here so that you can check. So like you need to allow the administrator to do some certain things that you won't allow your user to do. So here it's just a matter of just modifying so that you get the results that you want. So next we are going to work on our user controller, and then we can try to use these middlewares in our user controller to achieve some of the goals that we want. Now we have the ability to create a user, to log in, and we have created our middleware. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the update function. The functions, we're not going to put them in our auth controller. We're going to put them in our user controller. The routes also, we are not going to put them in auth. We're going to put them in user routes. We are going to have routes for updating user, they're just going to follow the same pattern, but they're not going to be in our auth, they're going to be in our user. And let's come to our user controller in our controllers. So the first that we need to create is update user. So it's going to be asynchronous. It's going to take request and response. And in here, we need to check the password and we need to encrypt it again. So let's go back to our auth controller. In our auth controller, create user, we need to get this encryption from here. So let's copy the encryption. Let's go back to our user controller. In our user controller, we need to paste this code here. So in here, we don't have the ability to use our crypto.js. We need to import it on top. So let's create our instance of crypto.js. So I'm going to copy here. So let's close it here. After, we need a try catch block. So the first thing that we need to do, so we need to find the user that we need to update first. So we are going to use this user up here to find by ID. So here it's going to be find by ID and update. So in here, we require an ID to update. And we are going to pass our request body. So if you're updating, we take everything in the body and then we can just update. And let's close this one here. And we need to return back the data. We need to return back this data, but we need to use the spread operator as we've done in the other function in our auth controller. So first here, we need const. So we need to exclude some parameters before we return the data to the user. So we need to return the data. So we need to send a response. So first we need to have a status code. And our status code here is going to be 200. And we need to pass our JSON data. So here we are going to pass others, not crypto.js. We're going to pass others. So as we did before, in our controller, we have our function. So our function has to be called from our router. So we need to come to use a router here. But first, let's just copy things in our auth router, and then we can make changes. So let's come back to our user. Let's paste the data here. So we need to import this, and we also need user controller. So in here, the first one that we are going to have here, we are going to change to update user, right? If we are updating, then we need to call a put method, and we require an ID. And here, the controller that we are going to use is a user controller. So our user controller is imported on top. Let's cut it and put it below our router. And here, we are not calling create user, we're calling update user. Let's remove this. To call this function, we need to use our middleware. So we need to import this verify and authorization. So up here on top, so let's just cross-check the names. Let's take the name from here. Yes, it's the same name. We go back. We paste the name here. We paste the name here. And we also need verified token. So let's just import it. We might use it later. So now we can be able to update a user. We need to import this router in our index.js. So we need to come up here. Let's just copy the one that we have here, the route that we have. Let's rename it to user route. And here is going to be user. And we need to have an endpoint. So this endpoint need to use the user route object that we've created on top. So here, our endpoint has to be users. So to make a request, it's going to be localhost 5001 API users, and we need to provide an ID so that we can update a user. In our route, we require an ID here. So we need to have localhost API users / and then we put our ID here to update a user. So next we are going to run it on Postman and see whether we can update successfully or not. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to run our application since it wasn't running. So we need to run the command npm start. So our DB is connected and our application is running. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Postman. So in Postman, let's go to login. We have a body here. We need to log into an account. So we are logged in into this account. We need to get the token here. So let's copy the token. And let's go back to our update. In our update, we need to go to headers, create a new variable. We call it a token. And here we need bearer and we have to add a space. And then we paste our token here. So let's go to our body. So this is what our body is going to look like. But first, here on top, we're going to need an ID of the account that we are going to update. So let's go back to this login request. Let's get the ID from here and we are going to put it here. So let's try to update our. So this is the information that we want to send to our backend. So we have an error here to our VS Code. In our VS Code, so let's see what's the error. So it's coming from this line here. So let's visit our error. So here we've made a typo. It's supposed to be split. So this is where our error is coming from. So you need to change. In our Postman, we need to send the request again. Then our user is successfully updated. So let's go back to our VS Code and check the data of this user, whether we've updated the information or not. So we've updated the name and we've added skills here. So in VS Code, let's go and visit our Mongodb. This is the user that we just updated. That is the last user. And we've updated the skills. Still in our user controller, here we need to get rid of this console log here. So let's create a delete function. After update user, we need to delete. So it will take a request and response. We are going to have a try catch block since we need to access the database to find a user. And if you want to delete, we're going to delete an account using an ID. So after finding and deleting, we need to send a response. So here our code is going to be 200 and we need to pass a message to the user. So let's go ahead and try to delete a user. Let's copy this and paste it down here. And let's edit the name. We're going to call it delete. And it's going to be a delete request here. So we're going to require a user ID in order for us to delete. So we need to keep this one here. So the next thing that we need to do is to go back to our VS Code. We haven't passed this delete function in our routes. So we need to go to our routes folder and we need to go to users and open this one here. Let's copy the route that we have here and let's paste it down here. So here we are just going to change the comment to delete user. So here is going to be a delete method and it requires an ID and a user needs to be verified to delete an account. So here we are going to use a user controller and we are going to call a different function which is delete user. So in our Postman, we have everything set up already. So let's try to run it. Okay, let's go back. So here we need our token. So account successfully deleted. So we had 4 accounts in our MongoDB. So what we are going to do now, we are going to go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we need to check the number of the documents that we have in our user collection. So let's refresh here. So now we have 3. So the last user has been deleted. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a get method to get users, and we also need to get all users. Now we need to create a function to get a user. So what we need to do, we need to go to our controllers. In our controllers, let's visit user controller. So in our user controller, create a new function here. So let's just copy the function that we have here and make a few changes to it. So here we need to have a get user function. So this is going to remain the same, and we need a try catch block here since we're going to be sending a request to our database. If there's any error while we're trying to connect to our database, we need to catch the error. Let's make a few changes here. So to get user, we need to find a user by ID. So we are going to change find by ID and delete to find by ID. So here it will remain the same. And down here, we need to create const user. So we need to pass this user data. We don't need to do that. We need to get rid of some of the data, or like the password, something like that. So we need to use a spread operator here too. So what we are going to do, we are going to use a .doc here. So this is the data that we are going to send to the user. So we need to replace this user with the user data here. So we are done creating get user. So we need to hook it up in our routes. So we need to go to our routes folder and let's go to users. So here we just need to do the same. We need to copy this and we need to paste it here. Let's clear some room up here. So here is supposed to be get user. Here is supposed to be a get method. And we are going to get by ID. And this is going to remain the same because we need to verify the user. And we are going to use our user controller. And we need a different function here. So here we are going to call get user and try to make a call. So the first thing that we need to copy and we need to paste here, make a few changes. So it's going to be get user here, and we need to change the method from delete to get. So since we deleted the user that we were logged in with, we need to log in with a different user here. And let's create a new user here. In our headers, we need to change the token. Let's paste the new token. So we need to get this user by ID. So this ID is different. So let's go back here. Let's copy the ID. Let's paste it here. Let's send a request. We are able to get the user data from our database. We are only going to get this data. Some of the data we have excluded it when we used our spread operator. So the next thing that we need to do is to get all users. Let's create a route. Okay, we might need to create another middleware to verify whether a user is an admin or not. If a user is an admin, they can get all the users. So the first thing that we need to do here, we need to go back to our user controller. Let's go to our controllers, user controller. So down here, let's copy this function that we have and let's paste it down here. Let's change it from get user to get all users. In get all users, we are going to just find So let's go to our middlewares folder, verify token. So let's copy this middleware that we have here, verify and admin. go to the next function. If not, then we can send this message. So we need to export this middleware. So we come down here, we're going to paste it here. In our routes, we are going to go to users. So here, instead of using this, we're going to use verify and admin. But first, before we do that, we need to import it here. So we need to paste it on top too. So we have everything set up. First, what we are going to do, we are just going to try to get all the users from a regular account and we can see the outcome. After we get the outcome, then we are going to go ahead and change a user and make that user an admin. And then we can try to get all the users. We have our get user here. Let's copy and let's paste it down here. Let's try to just send the request. This is the message that we will get from our backend. Since we are not an administrator, let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to log in again because this token that we have here is admin is signed, but is signed as false. So if there's a status change, we need to refresh the token. So we come back up here and we are going to log in again. We get a new token and we are going to copy this new token. Let's go to our headers and we need to change this token that we have here. After saving this, we need to send the request again. So we are getting an error 500 here. Let's try to go back to our VS Code. Oh, here we need to change from get user to get all users. So that's where our error is coming from. So take note, you need to change the function here from get user to get all users and try to get the users. So we're able to get the list of users that we have in our backend. And here, let's set up an environment. Okay, so first we're going to have our URL. So this is going to be our URL. Let's copy. Let's paste it here. So let's go back. We need to replace with our URL. Let's give our environment a name. We need to select an environment here. So our error is gone. So if you create an environment, don't forget to select that environment. So you need to select the environment so that your variables can be accessible here. Just to cross-check that our environment is working or not, let's just send this request. So we are getting the same results. So our environment is working fine. We are done working on our user and our authentication. So next step that we're going to take, we're going to work on our jobs. So the first thing that we need to do, start working on our routes first. So in our routes, let's just copy our user routes and make some modifications. So we are going to Control-O, then Control-C. If you're on Mac, it's Command-A, Command-C, and let's go to our jobs, Command-V. So basically on top here is going to remain the same. And what we need here, we need a job controller. So we are going to rename this to job controller and we need to change this to job controller. So this will remain the same. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to post a job. Let's copy this here and let's paste it on top and let's change it. Let's comment them all out. So let's go to our controllers. We need to get to job controller. So in our job controller, the first thing that we need to do, we need to import the job model. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a job. So this function has to be the same as the one that we just written in our routes, this one here. So let's just copy from our routes and we paste in our controller so that we won't have a mistake. So in here, the process is pretty much the same, creating a new user and creating a new job. We need to save the data to our database. So we need a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we need to save the job. So we need to await. So down here, let's just use the spread operator so that we can exclude some of the stuff from the job. So after we are done saving the data, we need to return a response. So we need to send a status, and our status code is going to be 200. After our status code, we need to pass our JSON data. So we are going to pass this new job info here. And in our catch, we are going to send a response. And the status is going to be 500. And we need to pass the error. So the next thing that we need to do, let's go back to our routes. We can be able to post a job. Let's uncomment this one here. Go to our index.js. In our index.js, we require a job route. So we are going to go to our Postman and create a job. So these are the entries that we need to input so that we can create a job. So we are going to try to make a post request. So we are going to send. So here we do have an error. So here, let's take a look at the error. So here we have description, but we made a typo when we created our model. So here we've written our key as description in a correct way. Like we didn't make a typo in our Postman, but in our backend we did make a typo. So what we need to do, let's copy this description that we have here, and let's go back to our VS Code. And in our job models, we need to change this description and make it the same as the one that we have in our Postman. So let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman here, so like I think everything matches. So the thing that we need to do, since this post request can be made by an administrator only, we need to come to headers and we need to input the token here. And this token has to be a token from an administrator. If the person who's making the request is not an administrator, then they don't have the permission to perform the action. Let's go to our body. So this is everything that we need to create a job. So let's try to post the job. If we have any errors, then we can go ahead and fix the errors before we continue. So now we've successfully created a job. This is our job here. So let's go to our VS Code and visit our Mongodb and see whether we do have some changes or not. So the first thing that we need to do here, we need to refresh our connection. Once we refreshed our connection, we come to our database. So in our database now we have two collections, the one for the users and the one for the jobs. Let's visit the one for the jobs. We have one document here. So in our document, we have the job that we've just created. This is the job that we just created in our Postman. So we can cross-check everything. Flutter developer in DC, the description, company name, salary, period, contract, the requirements, the image URL, the agent ID. So we are now able to create a job. Let's create another job. So I'm going to leave everything else the same, and I'm going to make a post request. So this is the second job that we've just created. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's refresh our documents. We should have 2 documents by now. So we have 2 documents. This is the job that we just created, and we have all the entries that we've inputted in our Postman. So let's go on and try to update the job, delete, get the job, and get all the jobs. Then we can proceed to work on our bookmarks. We need to go back to our controllers, and we need to visit our job controller. We need to create another function here. So let's just create another function down. So our function is going to be here, and the name has to be corresponding with the name that we put in our routes. So let's visit our routes. So we have a put method here to update a job. So this should be the name of our function. So let's copy the name from here. Let's go back to our controllers. In our controllers, we need to create a new function. So in our try catch block, what we need to do, find the job first. So we are going to find by ID and update. So in here, we are going to pass request params.id. Let's bring it down. After we find the job, we need to set the new data. So to do that, we have to set, and what are we setting? We are setting the request body. So we need to send the response. So to send the response here, we need to have our const and use our spread operator and exclude the stuff that we don't need. So let's come up here to create job. We need to pass 201 here for successful creation. And down here, we need to pass the error, so we can just copy from the above function and we paste it down here. So now we are done creating our update job function. So let's go to our routes. In our routes, let's open jobs. We need to uncomment this since we are done working on it. So here is going to be put. We need an ID, verify admin, job controller, update job. So let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to have another request here. We are going to rename it to update. So our job has been updated successfully. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our VS Code. We need to delete a job. So to delete a job, it's quite easy. Let's come down here. Let's uncomment this. So we need an ID to delete a job. So let's go to our job controller. In our job controller, let's just copy the function that we have here. Let's delete this from here. So to delete a job here, we just need to await, find by ID and delete. So our ID, we are going to get it from our params. Here is going to be .id. And here we need to return a message. So the message, we can pass a string. So here, let's change the function name. Since we've created the route already, so we have to visit our route. We copy the name that we've inputted in our route and we paste it here. So now we can be able to delete a job. So let's go back to our Postman. Let's copy the job ID here. But first, let's make another request here, and it has to to be a delete. So to delete a job, you have to be an admin. We need a token. So let's just try to run it and see whether we can delete. So we have successfully deleted the job from our database. To check, let's go to our VS Code. Let's refresh our documents here. So we have one job left. So that means we have deleted successfully. The next thing that we need to do, we need to get a job. So we are going to copy our delete job here. We need to paste it here. Let's close this one here. Let's call it get job lowercase. So to get a job, let's make some few changes here. We need to pass the job here. So let's cross-check the name of our function with the one that we have in our router. First, let's uncomment here. So here the name is the same, but just to be sure, I'm going to copy and replace. So let's go back to our Postman. But first, let's go to our jobs folder and create a get request. Let's give it a name. Get job, and it has to be a get request here. Let's get the ID. So in our headers, we need to get rid of the token. So since we don't require it to get a job, let's close the other ones here. So let's go to, in our body, we also don't require anything because it's a get request. So this is the job that we've just created and we are able to get it with our get request. So we are done with our get request. So the next thing, if you want to use a spread operator, you can go ahead and use a spread operator so that you can get rid of the data that you don't want to return from the database. Next, we are going to create another request for getting all the jobs. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to create a request to get all jobs. So to get all jobs, we don't require an ID. In our VS Code, we need to uncomment, get all jobs, copy the function name, go back to our controllers. In our controllers, let's add a comma here. Let's add the name of the function first, and let's paste this down here. So we need a try catch block. In our try catch, we are going to find all the jobs, and we are going to return them here. Let's go back and save here. Let's go to our Postman. In our Postman, this is our request. So let's try to run it and see whether we can get all the jobs successfully. So we have 2 jobs in our database. So they should be returned here. So we are returning all the jobs from our database. Let's get back to our VS Code. Let's go to our controllers. We need to create function for searching the jobs in our database. But for searching, it's going to be a little bit different. We need to go back to our Atlas dashboard and make a few changes so that we can be able to search through our database easily. So first, let's just write the code in our controllers. Then we go to our Atlas and set up everything. So from our router, we need the name of the function. Let's just copy from async here and paste it down here. So everything here is going to remain the same, except here we're going to require results, and we are going to change this code. And our response here is going to be results. So the next thing, we need to go to our Atlas and set up our search. After we are done, we are going to copy the code from Atlas and paste it in here. To add the search function, we need to come to our Atlas dashboard. So you need to log back in your Atlas, go to your project, and this is the project that we created together, and we come to search. Once we're in search, we need to go to Atlas search here. we need to create a search index. So we are going to use Visual Editor. And let's press next. So let's give our index a name. We can just call it job search. The database and the collection. So this is the database that we need to access, and this is the collection that we need to search through. And let's press next. Let's create the index. Let's close this here. So this is our index. So we need to test. Let's just write Java. Okay, so we are getting a Java developer job. If we search dev here, we are not going to get anything. Let's search for Flutter. So Flutter, we are returning Flutter here. So let's come here. We need to copy. We need to copy from here. After we copy, we need to go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, inside our aggregate, we need to paste the code. So we need to change this query. We need to change this query here from Flutter to our key. So remember, when we created the job route, we are going to require a key here. So it's the key that we need to pass in our search function. So let's go back to our job controller. In our job controller, so we need to pass our key. So it's supposed to be params.key. So we are done with our search. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our Postman and try to search a job. So let's go back to Postman. Let's create another GET request here. So let's rename this one from get job to search. When we are searching, we need to pass a key. So here is going to be Flutter. Let's go back to our VS Code and cross-check everything. Say jobs, aggregate. Okay, everything looks fine here. Let's go to our router. In our router, our endpoint. So we need to add search to our endpoint and then we'll call a key. So in our Postman, we have jobs and we need to add search here. And then our key comes next. So let's try to search. So we will search for a Flutter job. Here in our lists, there's one item getting returned. So let's just try to change the key to Java and try to search again. We are getting a senior Java developer. So our search is working. So I guess we are done creating our job endpoints. The next endpoints that we're going to work on is the bookmarks. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to move on to our bookmarks. So let's come to our routes first. So in our routes, we need to create our routes and then we can work on our controllers. So let's go to bookmarks. We need to import the bookmarks controller. After importing, we need to create the routes. So we need one post method, we need an endpoint, and we are going to require bookmark controller. And here we have to give a name to our function. So we haven't created any of our functions, but we can go ahead and give it a name here. So this one is for creating a bookmark, and it's going to be our first one. So let's comment it out. Let's copy. Let's paste it down here. So we have delete bookmark. So here it has to be a delete request. So to delete, we are going to need a bookmark ID. So here we need to pass an ID. Instead of create, we need to create a function with the name delete bookmark. We are done with that one. To get bookmarks, Okay, for this one, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different because we need to get all the bookmarks for a specific user from the list of bookmarks that we have. So for example, let's say we have 6,000 bookmarks in our database, and the only bookmarks that's belonging to me as a user, I only got 16 bookmarks. So we need to get those 16 bookmarks from our database and display them on our bookmarks in our application. So we need a user ID here, user ID. We are going to require a user ID. And here it has to be get bookmarks, not get bookmark, get bookmarks. And it has to be a get request. So to create our functions, we need to go to our controllers. In our controllers, let's go to bookmarks. So up here on top, we need to import our model. Let's cross check the name of our model here. The name of our model is bookmark. So here is going to require, here we need models, and we are going to require bookmarks. A response that the bookmark has been created. Still in our VS Code, let's save. Let's go back to our routes. In our routes, we need to uncomment. So we are done working on this one. So the next one is delete bookmark. So to delete a bookmark, we need an ID. So let's copy this here. Let's go back to our bookmark controller. In our bookmark controller, let's copy this function that we have created, and we are going to rename it to delete bookmark. So we need to copy the name from our route so that everything can be the same. So here it needs to be delete. So when deleting, we need to get rid of this. And down here, we have to await, and we have to use our bookmark. Here we are going to find by ID and delete. And our ID is coming from our request.params.id. After that, we need to send a status code 200. So let's go back to our router bookmark. Let's uncomment so that it can be used. And let's also uncomment this, the last one here. So let's go back to our bookmark controller. In our bookmark controller, let's copy this function that we've created. Let's paste it down here. Let's go back to our bookmark. We need to copy the name of the function, and we need to replace delete bookmark with get bookmarks. So here in our try catch block, we need consts. Here we need bookmarks is equals to await bookmarks, and we need to find. We are going to find by user ID. So this user ID that we are going to find with is the one that we've inputted in our model. So in our model, we have this user ID here to find bookmarks with for a specific user. So let's go back to our bookmarks controller. In our controller here, so down here, we need to pass user ID. And this user ID is going to come from a request.params.user_ID. And down here, we don't need to pass a message, but we need to send back a list of bookmarks. So we are going to send these bookmarks back to the user. and everything will remain the same. So we are done creating our functions, and we are also done creating our routes. The next thing that we need to do, we need to hook these routes index.js. So let's come back here. We're going to do the same. So here we require bookmarks. And so the first thing, let's check whether to see our database is running and our application is running. Everything is running okay. So that means we don't have an error in our application. So the next thing, we need to go to Postman, create a bookmark, try to delete a bookmark, and try to get all bookmarks belonging to one user. So to delete a bookmark, we need to provide an ID of a bookmark. So we have the bookmarks that we've created here. So let's refresh our documents here. So we have 2 bookmarks. We're going to get the ID of one of the bookmarks. So let's go to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to give an ID here. And we need to send the request. So our bookmark has been successfully deleted. So let's go back to our VS Code. And in our database, we need to refresh these documents. So we have 1 bookmark left. So that means we've deleted a bookmark. So let's go back. We need to get bookmarks. So first, what we need to do in Postman, let's just create bookmarks. So this, let's just send. We've created a bookmark. Go to jobs. Let's get jobs here. Get all the jobs. Create bookmark. We need to have a different ID here. And let's just give it a random name here. And we need to create. So it's been successfully created, and all these bookmarks that we are creating, they belong to one user. So we need to get those bookmarks. So here we need to create another request, and it's going to be a get request. So here it's supposed to be a get request. So here we need a user ID. So let's go to our users and let's try to get all users. Let's find the ID of the account that we are using. We're using this last account. So this is our user ID. Let's copy. Let's come back here. Let's rename our requests. So we're going to name it to get all user bookmarks. So here we also need to provide an ID. The ID that we are providing this time, it's a user ID. And let's try to send the requests. So since we've created 3 bookmarks and they belong to one user, so in here we should have 3 bookmarks, and we have 3 bookmarks. So we have successfully created our REST API. The next thing that we are going to do, we are going to create a GitHub repo. After creating a GitHub repo, we are going to host our server on Railway, and then we can go on and integrate our REST API in our Flutter application. The next step that we're going to take is to publish this repository on our GitHub. So the first thing that we need to do to make that happen, if you haven't worked with Git before, you need to come to your terminal and run the command git init. After running the command git init, you need to run the command git add dot. So we're adding all the files here, but there's one thing that we need to do before we publish our repository on GitHub. We need to create a git ignore file. In our git ignore file, we need to ignore the node modules folder because we don't want to send the node modules folder. So we need to come in here. We need to write node modules. After we are done, our changes have been staged already. So in here, we need to just let's write first commit. And we need to publish this to our GitHub. So let's give it a name. Okay, we can call it Job Hub REST. I'm going to publish this as a private repository. So it's been published on my GitHub. So I'm going to open it. So this is our repository with all the code that we've been working on. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Railway so that we can host our server. To do that, you need to come to railway.app. That's the first thing. So here, this is the home page. So if you don't have an account, you can sign up using your GitHub. No credit card is required for you to sign up, and you don't need to pay anything. So you just need to sign up, but you need to have GitHub to make this possible. You need to have GitHub. Take note, you need GitHub to host the server. So I'm going to sign in using my GitHub. So I'm successfully signed in. So I'm going to go to my dashboard. These are the projects that I have on my Railway. So what I need to do, I need to deploy from a GitHub repo. And here I'm going to search for our repo. So our repo name was Job Hub REST, this one. And I'm going to press deploy now. So it's going to take several minutes to deploy. And then our server will be running. So our server has been successfully deployed. The next step that we need to do, we need to go to settings. We need to generate the domain for our server. So you just need to generate. This is the URL to our server. So I'm going to copy the URL here. So just to be sure, let me try to visit. So our server is running. It's running okay. I'm going to copy from here. If you get this message here, cannot get, then the server is running okay. It has been successfully hosted. So we just need to test it using Postman. So let's go back to our environment. In our environment, let's edit the current variable here, the current value. Let's paste it here. Let's get rid of one of the slash. Let's save. Okay, so we are going to run a request. Let's just try to get all jobs here. So all these jobs that we are getting from our server that we've just hosted online. For you to be sure that we are using the URL. So this is our initial URL here, our local host, and this is our newly hosted URL on Railway. And just to be sure, let's come to our VS Code. In our VS Code, our server is not even running. So the information that we are getting from our server that we just posted online. So the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to work on integrating our REST API to our Flutter application.